All right, good evening, baseball fans. Haven't heard from Midlife Crisis, and I haven't set the park for the 1894 Baltimore Orioles. So I guess we're going to go a little bit off track. There's Robbie Wertberg saying hi. So hi, Robbie. So I thought we would just take a look tonight at Dombrov baseball. It's a sort of kind of semi-review, and I'll let Richard know that I've done this. I'll send him an email tomorrow. So I thought to ask him about maybe if he would like to come on and do a Q&A in the chat. So that would be step number 2. So this game came out originally in 2013. It was pretty decent. There's, that first game, there wasn't a lot of bells and whistles to it, but it was I think, a very capable baseball sim and a little background on it. Um, this is basically a very enhanced, if you will, obviously version of Sports Illustrated baseball, which we'll talk about that game in a little bit as we get a few more people in and everything. So this should be pretty interesting. Um, there's a lot to like about this game. So Robbie, I know you've been gone and stuff like that. This is an updated version that improves animation and some things like that. So that he sent to me, and I thought I would just kind of show off a little bit, just what the game does, just very, very generally. Talk about it a little bit, my likes and dislikes. I'll say that my likes outweigh my dislikes um, by a lot, actually. I think this is a very good baseball sim. Um, I think its closest. I think it's really its closest competitors, I suppose. And the more I think about it, would be Digital Diamond Baseball and also, to an extent, PC Replay Baseball. I don't think it's at all fair, and I suppose Strat and APA, not APA, but Strat. Not certainly not APA Baseball for Windows. That's a whole different game altogether. I also don't think it's would be compared to fair to compare this to Action PC or Out of the Park Baseball or Diamond Mind at all. At its heart, this is a dice-based game. It's a conversion and an enhancement of, and we'll talk about the history a little bit of Sports Illustrated. There's a big clue of Sports Illustrated baseball. We'll go into that a little bit, referencing an article from time to time written by Richard Dombrowski. Um, so this is Dombrov baseball. And again, it's going to be a bit of a review, but it's not going to be an in-depth review. It's going to kind of just showing you some things that you can do with it. I think it's a nice bridge for dice chuckers and for purely digital players, and you can play at either end of the spectrum, or there's a middle sort of a hybrid choice if you want. There's lots of charts in this game and colors and things like that. So usually, I don't like to start out with negatives and positives or whichever. So I'm going to start with a couple negatives, but I will say that overall, I think this is an excellent baseball game. That I'd like to see. There's more work needs to be done on it, but would I suggest buying it at this point? Yes, I definitely would. Richard, in fact, for people who bought the 2013 game, and I'll show you that in contrast, um, and those who bought it later. For those of that bought in 2013, we're getting free updates all the time, which is really nice. And this is very, very revamped, very different looking. One of the negatives, though, about this game is the splash screen. It's just bad. Um, I don't really know what effect Richard was going for here, but it's just horrific. And I mean, does that have anything to do with the quality of the game? No. But I do think that first impressions are important. And, when and if Richard watches this, and I hope he does, and I'll let him know that, we're probably going to end up going a while into other games and stuff like that, that I would be honored to actually do a new splash screen for him. Um, why don't I like it? Well, for one thing, it kind of looks to me aesthetically as an artist like those kind of really sort of bad visual effects that you can find in those kind of cheesy horror movies in the 1960s and 70s. Some people might like that. Um, I don't see where this sort of blue, just this turquoise. I don't even know what color you call this. It doesn't feel like baseball. It feels like a sort of very bad acid trip. Um, the other thing that I'm going to be returning to time and time and again during this little sort of review is how typography is used in this game. Font sizes, they're not good. The contrast you can see, it's not good. Is what I can say. All right, so that's a negative. So how about some of the positives? Well, positives are you don't have to buy seasons for this game. There are nearly 90 available, ready to download, all kinds of stuff. And we'll show you how to do it. And that gets me to my first positive of the game. In the 2013 version, or 2012, I think it was 2013, you actually had to go to the Dombrov site to download seasons and then install them, everything else. And this one, you don't. You do it within game, which is something that I really, really like to see. Baseball Mogul does it that way, which is really, really nice. And Digital Diamond does as well. As far as library handling goes, I would say this one is marginally easier than Digital Diamond Baseball. Um, they're equally as easy if you're doing straight up season replays. Really, really, really simple for both of those games. But the acid test for me, and I will wait to do that comparison when Digital Diamond Baseball version 11 comes out next. I hope next week, um, around the same time as Out of the Park 24. And then the acid test for me is creating, sort of leagues that we've done with teams from different years. That's kind of my forte, as opposed to straight up replays. You can also, another positive to this is you can host an online game or join an online game. So taking a nod, if you will, from Action PC Baseball, and remember that Richard was a big, big, really big in the Action PC community, and so you will see um, there's a bit of I think in terms of the flexibility certainly. So you can see that background there. So you can play this online. You can actually really really work deeply with teams and leagues, which is really nice. But let's first go to the first thing that you always go to as a gamer, and that's settings and preferences. Once again, um, the typography is just small. You can see it here on the screen, and everything is kind of just sort of crunched up here in the upper left corner. I think that Richard would do well to increase the font size. I don't care whether you've got eagle eye vision like 2010 or your low vision or whatever. It's again the contrast is problematic here, and you've got this sort of I don't know what this is supposed to be, a solar prominence or something. The design is, yeah, but I could excuse that on this. But you're one thing if people are wanting to change things, and maybe there might be somebody whose vision isn't so good or what have you. You want to go through this now. So right here, report display settings. What does this mean? What are you talking about? Report. I don't even know what that means. So I can go through though, and I can set font sizes, of course, text color, and a background color. That's nice. But I'm not sure what I'm changing. Also over here now, this is nice. You can, if you just want to play games and have the visiting and computer AI handle lineups, subs, gameplay. You just want to manage only. You can. This is similar to Diamond Mine Baseball, that you can choose to what level you would like to manage by getting a little bit more granular, which I think is nice. Um, Other things, right? Of course, computer manager override messages. So um, again, for game strategies, lineup changes, however you want to set this up. You can set up the results of any sort of file that you're creating um, in HTML. You can choose to save box scores, score sheets, things like that. We'll get to the top menu in a bit. Show player images with results. You'll see how that works. Um, it's good. I like it. And in that respect, this reminds me of Pure Sim Baseball, and I will show you that. I'll actually bring up Pure Sim so you can see what I mean, or at least I'll try to remember. But in Pure Sim Baseball, right, the ball's hit, and also this is a baseball mogul thing as well. The play is made, and it'll flash a picture of the fielder making the play. Single click mode, we'll get into more depth about what that is about. The gameplay sounds, another negative. Um, if you're looking for out of the park quality sounds, or you're looking for baseball for Windows, or you're looking for Action PC, look elsewhere. There are sounds in this game, but they are not good. Again, does that impact the quality of the game in terms of playing a text-based baseball sim? Absolutely not. Um, in that Diamond Mine is completely silent. So, but my feeling is that if you're going to put sound into a game, you've got to put some work into it, or just leave it out altogether. Okay? Yeah, it does. Big clue. So for that opening screen, and there's John and cousin Ken Castro. Um, you know, it does. It does. As John says, he thinks we keep his game library to out of the park action, PC, and strat, and I understand that. I mean, I get it. I mean, I'm a big I'm into digital baseball sims, but even there are some that I don't play. As I've said before, I don't want to get too off track yet, but we can get into a discussion about that certainly. I've tried PC Replay Baseball twice. I think I would like the board game immensely. I don't like the computer game, and I don't like it. The prices of the seasons are just rapacious, so not for me. So I get it, and everybody's going to have their favorites, but I think it's really nice to just bring other choices because somebody might be out there, and this has a pretty active community. Richard is a good guy. And I think he's putting out a pretty good product here. Let's see what else can we do here, right? So you can switch and you can show, of course, your right. So your folders in here. So all the player images are stored in here. Um, so nice part of the game is all the player images come with the game. So unlike Action PC and Out of the Park Baseball, for instance, where you might, where you want to use real player images, you have to go find them, download them. This does it. It already does that. Let's see what else. So for ballpark images, okay, it comes with a pretty decent selection of ballpark images as well. And again, if you there's not a lot, but they're here. Um, and of course, what does it do with older park images where you don't have these and you're not using? Of course, he's not going to borrow from other games where a lot of people, if they're making home brews, they're going to borrow from those beautiful parks from old time baseball, for instance. So if you're playing, and it's kind of neat, I sort of like it in a way. I'm going to bring up one of these parks and show you. So Digital Diamond Baseball does the same thing. So for these older parks where it might be, so this is a 1901 to 1909 League Park in Cleveland. So you get a diagram here, and then in the background you get just like one of the facades of the ballpark. It's kind of a neat little touch. And in fact, in the way the animation works in this game as far as ball flight, ironically, this is actually probably a preferable way to play this game, and that's why I'm thinking that if I want to do some ballparks for this game, I actually will probably be doing more, not with the ballpark facade in the background, but actually doing a top-down view of the fields. And you'll see why when we jump into a game. But again, this is not to knock not to knock this game at all. I'm just showing you guys around. Backdrops, it's working on it, and the backdrops again are just they're just not very nice. They're just not very nice. Anyhow, let's move on. So anyhow, this is all the gameplay stuff. So again, up here, you can choose to for if you want to select this, you can do a manual dice roll if you want the game to do that, which I don't. But you can. You can just have dice roll sounds. Again, this is a similarity with Digital Diamond Baseball. Let's go to ballparks. So there they are. Now, and just as I say, he didn't borrow from um, Old Time Baseball. Makes a liar out of me. This is Sportsman's Park from Old Time Baseball, obviously chopped down. Now, what you'll notice here is something that at first glance seems like Action PC Baseball. But let me tell you, it's just not. This is not fun at all. So if you want to select a ballpark, and again, the ballparks, tons of ballparks, tons of ballparks. So, and again, there's Robinson Field. You'll notice that everything's a little bit sort of off kilter. Let's pick a more modern ballpark here. When I say modern, whatever, let's pick Shibe. It's not really Shibe. You're actually setting up diagrams, and not all of the diagrams are set. So you've got to be really careful about that, and I think that has nailed down the bug. Now we look here at Briggs. All right. So in Action PC Baseball, I can grab any of these player positions and drag them. That is not the case in this game. This is super clunky. All right, so I'm going to choose, let's choose left field. So left field theoretically is chosen. Now there's nothing to show you that it is. Now, if I want to move that left fielder, well, I have to click on this arrow. And now see, this is how you position players in the field. Vertically, of course, I can't. That's how you have to do it. So this really needs improving. I'm not sure if he's using a grid-based system here or not. I know Action PC has a kind of snap to grid, because if you've watched me setting up ballparks before games, it's kind of, you can't get everything exactly where you want it because there is a grid. But this seems like a really hard-coded grid-based system. I think that really does need to change, because I have to go through each thing. So look, now I can of course touch this, and there's right field, center field. That's cool. But if I can go that far, right, and I want to move that center fielder to center field. As you can see, this is a bit to do. The third baseman, he's way off kilter over here, right? So there we go. And then base runner 3, maybe I want to put him right behind, right. Oops. Now see, there's a mistake. So this is something that could definitely be improved upon. And again, I'm hoping that when Richard does see this, that he's going to take this as constructive criticism for me and not a slam of the game. I wouldn't play it if I didn't think this game had some merit, and I really, really do think it does. But I really think this needs to be changed. This is a nice image of Briggs Stadium. I'm not sure where it came from. This might have come from. This has that old-time baseball look to it. I don't know. Let's move into even newer parks. Let's look at Minute Maid. Clearly a photo. And again, this looks very much like, maybe something that somebody did for Action PC Baseball, but freely available photos out there online. Okay? So we're going to head. The other thing is we want to go to sounds, and we'll talk about navigation. So sounds, you can you can improve the sounds, thank God. And everything's in MP3. So if you want to go in and you want to get better sounds, thank God you can do it. at least as far as anthems. However, the ball sounds and the crowd sounds, nope. Okay, so there's your primary screen. You can choose your text color, but again, you can't really for these backgrounds. You could change it to that orange or red or whatever. But I'm sure you can do. Of course, you can do your own JPEGs and stuff if you want. All right, so the text size default. So I can go larger. That's it. I can't actually set font size. I can't do that. That's just it. All right. I can choose text color if I want, you know. Um, but now I'm down to the text, right? So let's go over to year effects. I don't want to do that. So normalization, you can normalize. So this is more of an out of the park thing. So you can set this to, in fact, this is right from out of the park baseball, actually, the way these eras are split up. So if you fire up your copy of out of the park baseball, um, the only difference, right, is I mean, these are the same years, okay? And he's actually even here using baseball boom and golden years right from out of the park, okay? You can copy your effects from here, which is nice. So again, if you were doing a 70s franchise team, but you wanted to see maybe how they did in another decade, you could do this. Then just like Action PC Baseball, you have all of these seasons, including the Federal League. So you can normalize leagues in this. And of course, the question that may come to mind, can you do a Ned McGreevy league in this? Yes, you can. As long as you have your criteria for a player's best season. This does not have anything like the baseball history collection that you have in Action PC Baseball, nor the all-time great players 2-volume set which is considerably smaller than the baseball history collection. But you could do a Ned McGreevy style league in this and normalizing to whatever you wanted to do, which I think is nice. So again, there's a lot to it. Cosmetically, it's not pretty on here. Now you can, of course, this is pretty obvious, playing schedule games, exhibition games. We've already done this. But let's go to set active season. Okay, go to your drop down, and I just have a handful installed here, and it is basically just switching around. There's a lot of all-time all-stars that you can do. Let's say that you're just like a lot of the content creators on here and you're scared of baseball before 1980. Switch to this, right? We can go to an exhibition game, and then you can just select, and these are all going to be here, and whatever we'll look on his website to see what he defines as quote unquote modern. So, but I think this would be more for most of the people on here that go to baseball channels. Select any ballpark you want. Again, going back to there's a couple here from the 19. There's like 4 here from the 19th century. So if you wanted to play the Mariners at the Blue Jays, at Union Grounds in 1876, you can do it. The question mark there, it gives you nice contextual help, which is good. So it basically tells you what you're doing and gives you a nice little screenshot. Okay. This does not save stats, and exhibition games do not save stats in Action PC either. Now we got to talk about navigation a little bit because this is kind of where we're getting hit. Also, again, a little bit of graphic kind of carelessness here. I think cosmetically, and people might say, Beatles, you're being a little picky, but look at this there's like a 3-pixel step here. It is so easy to just go into Photoshop and go blink, and that's it. But again, all right. But down here, right, so that you can't close from here because this is a screenshot of how to set up an exhibition game. So you can either close here or go back, right? Well, except that the back button doesn't do anything. You got to click close. So the back button does nada. All right. We're not going to play an exhibition yet. All right. Now, what else can we do? We can do league and season tools here. And once again, I have to say that this is all of this crunched up in the middle is unattractive. It's dense, and I think that it needs to be larger. It really really does. You can do a DH rule again. You're setting, and these are just little radio buttons. And I've turned off DH in this thing, but it has DH rule entire league, or just DH rule for home team, which I don't know why there's a home team option. You're gonna have a DH because a DH is always a league rule, unless you're playing in a World Series prior to last year when the DH became the thing for both leagues. Um, it does have pitcher stamina rules. You can use defensive errors in this. Use year effects. Defensive errors are really really neat. I don't remember seeing these in action PC baseball or out of the park baseball as something separate. So that's nice. I like that. You can turn on or off ballpark effects. You can use moderate pitcher stamina rule. What I would like to see here, however, for this would be, so you can see these little call outs here, all right? But what would be nice, whereas you saw those simple screens on how to set up an exhibition game. Well, we have it up here, but and because there's so much in this game, I get it, right? So you've got to look through here. What is that? And again, if I really want to read this quickly to you guys, I'd have to drag it over to my other monitor. Okay, but there's again a lot you can do. But I have to look around. Well, what does that moderate? What does that even mean, right? So it is a business. It is a straight up business thing. Now again, the back button does not work, so you got to click close. Now you can import games. You can do, of course, importing player images, free agents, all this kind of stuff that you can do. All right, there's really a lot. I mean, and again, you can set your roster sizes. Roster sizes can go up to 30. I don't know why you can only go to 30. You should be able to go to 40, but only the 30. Does that, home field advantage? Do you want to use that? And then there's an HRA that rate this home field advantage factor 1, 2, 3. I have no idea what those are. I really, really have no idea. So again, I would have to get back here. What does that even mean? Um, and I've got to scroll. So you can't be, and in fact, I see nothing here about that. So I don't know what it means. I have to guess. There's three. There are three possibilities for that, and I have no idea what that means. Okay. He's also talking about all these tabs here, so you can go through those. This would be nice if these were hyperlinked, right? He is telling you down here what you can do, but it'd be nice to hyperlink to another screen to show you what you're seeing. Again, I'm just giving constructive criticism. I'm not saying this is a bad game at all. I am saying, however, I do want to talk about, things that I do believe need some help. Now, do I also assign player images for all batters and pitchers within season, all-time All-Stars Modern? I can do that. All right, let's close this. I'm going to click no because I don't want to save any pages. All right, so what else can we do? Let us go. We were already in here again. No, I don't want to. It's going to keep yelling at me. This is not where I want to be anyhow. Close. All right, let's do a... Is it set active? No, it's not. See right here, you see how error normalization is white text. For me to be able to, I have to sort of mouse over that to read it. So we can go to reviewing, modifying normalization data as development will be available in an upcoming release. Okay, so that's coming soon. So again, it's a work in progress. But what else do we want to do here? Gives you league reports here. Unlike other games, unfortunately, these aren't these aren't hyperlinked. These aren't clickable. I think that's unfortunate. We've been playing around on this channel a little bit talking about baseball mogul. We've shown off the old Out of the Park 8 and of course Out of the Park 24. So many things are they're hot linked. Um, and also they are in Action PC Baseball, even though it's not as obvious. They are, but I can't just look the Minnesota Twins this way, which I'd like to be able to do that. I want to see the Twins, or I want to see the Pittsburgh Pirates, or what have you. Okay, I can't do that. But you get nice team versus team breakdown, team stats. Okay, so I'm looking at the Atlanta Braves, right? So I can finally, by moving over, there's the Atlanta Braves, all right, and I can see them all for this, apparently, I guess, at an all-time All-Stars for Modern. This is everybody that was picked. You can see there's Hank Aaron, so there's nobody here going back into. So this is nice. This is really, really nice for that. And so for me to get a better frame of reference, let's see who's on this Pirates team. So this looks like this is going from like 60s forward, I believe. So there's Bob Robertson, Dick Groat. So I'm not seeing, for instance, I'm not seeing Hannes Wagner in there, which is fine. That's because this is what I selected. Okay, so that's pretty cool. You have league stats reports again as you're playing through the game. You can build a website from it, so that's cool. Batting leaders. This again a little bit reminiscent of Action PC Baseball. This will record game results as you play them. Notable games and logs, which is really cool. You can look at games logs per player. Again, I haven't started, but in other words, I can select Mark, and you heard a bad sound there. I can select Mark Lemke, and it's going to show. It'll do a game log. Okay, again up here, how do we do game logs? There we go. So the help system is good. It's dense though, as you can see. And yes, yes, yes. There's the team versus team tab, and you can also do tournaments in this, which is nice. Okay, so that's a positive. I like the fact that you can do tournaments. Okay, if you want criteria for notable games, nice feature. So nice feature for this. Again, so in Action PC Baseball, when we want to get these deeper reports, we have to go to reports and do all those things. But here, maybe I want to do, in our league, in a league that we might be doing, for both teams, let's look at 1-0 games. Maybe 5 or less hits, up to 28 or more runs, whatever. So there's a nice little selection here, which is really cool. So I like this. I like the fact that you can do a lot of things with this. And again, what else would I do as a designer? Because I, a master's degree in this, in e-learning instructional design. While we understand that the question mark is it's a contextual help system, I think it would also help to just have a big old button, help, somewhere, right? There's all this wasted space where you could actually bring your help system, um, just showing some things. I just think that the design could be better here. But that being said, I do love the fact that you can, just go through and do all of these things. All right, so we'll close this. We're going to close this again. All right. What else? I'm going to stop and see if anybody has any questions, comments. So there's Midlife Crisis jumping on. Um, Almost done. Just write in the Discord would be fine. Midlife Crisis, since I hadn't seen anything, and I know you're busy, man. It's fine. So that's why I'm not doing game one tonight. So I did post in Discord to you, to go ahead and I put your pictures and position players. So whenever's convenient for you, there's MV, and I should probably be greeting people. There's Klee Baseball Fan 879. Already said hi to Robbie Wertberg and Ken Castro. There's Pib 99. Um, and World's Worst Gamer in here is his other name. Yep. So yeah, pretty nice little group tonight. Yeah, Pip, could I do that? And no, none of this is any offense to Richard Dombrov at all. Um, to set up a to set up something like that, doing a let me see if I close this. Going to close the game, of course. So you get to hear what the game sounds like when it starts. There we go. Whatever that is, I can't remember what that is, by the way. Is that like NBC Game of the Week, whatever? No, I wouldn't want to be using sliders to move players around. Again, that might be hard coded in the game, but again, I sensed it in Action PC Baseball. There's a grid, and I can show you that when you're trying to get these players lined up, they it gets close. This, I think Richard was probably going for precision, but it's tedious. It is really tedious. Um, but one thing I'm trying to find is, and I just did it the other night, is doing, and I keep going to League and Season Tools, and I keep thinking I'm missing something here, is how to import a season. Um, is it under, so there's import games. Um, I don't want that, okay? So I'm trying to actually, and so the golden rule, if you're designing a graph, if you're designing, right, so there's leagues and divisions. If you're designing a game and you're designing a website, the user interface has to be so transparent, right, that you can get anybody to sit down at your website or at your game and not have to ask, oh, geez, how do I navigate? Where do I find this? You shouldn't have to do this. So way over here in tools, the 2013 version, you could, right, import seasons right from the front screen. So how many times did you see I had to go back? Yes, with familiarity of the game, I would know. But what's what's most important? What are people going to want to do? Well, if one of your big selling points is to say, well, you can recreate any team, any season, which you can in this game, then have that out there in front. So somebody new to the game is saying, "Oh, geez, so this is cool. I can make my own season. How do I do that?" Well, how do I do that, right? So I have to do an extra step in this version. You can set up all this stuff. So anyhow, let me talk about some cool things here. Import a season, okay? Now, there's two ways you can do it. If you go to his site, which I will show you in a minute, because I want you to see there's a plethora. There's just a ton of stuff. I think there's around 90 sort of baseball files you can download for this. Really, really awesome. Another plus for the game that you'll see is era-specific logos and ballparks. Nice. So there's a lot to be said about this game. I like it. Would I stream it? It'd be like um, I don't think it would be easy to do, um, and you'll see why. But for most of the people in here who aren't content creators, that's not a concern. Now I can go to the website, um, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Dombrov website. Now I don't have, so I'm just going to type test because I don't know what's on there. Okay, so I'm going to press enter. Now you go to this, and this is really nice. So here's an all-time All-Star season. I'm not going to read all these guys, I promise you. There's an all-time All-Stars updated. There's older seasons, modern, global, ultimate ATAS. ATAS 2, you have teams of the past. This one's mammoth. This one has like, I think this is, I think, similar to the Great Teams Library that's in Digital Diamond Baseball. There's 100 win team seasons, which C note seasons, whatever. You have decade teams going back to the 20s. So this set is very, very similar to um, Dave Cook on Action PC, very similar to his decades best, like for 1970s, 1960s, whatever. And then after you get through these, you start with seasons. He didn't put 2020 in there, so that's a plus. But anyhow, looking down here, there are some season gaps, but that's not a problem because you can create your own seasons. So these are seasons are done, and this is a lot. It really, really is a lot. There's a couple. So this is like the scheduled 1981 season. If you wanted to go back and do that, or you can do it as it was played because, as you know, the 1981 season had a stoppage mid-season. Okay, but going down for those of us like Ken and I and Clinton who are really into older baseball, just a handful: 1901, 1906, 07, 08, and then it jumps to 1927. But again, that is not a problem. 1930s, there's only one season. But unlike PC Replay Baseball, which you have to buy the seasons, you can make your own. You can roll your own, right? So, um, so a shell season test was successfully created but has no teams, leagues, or players. Would I like to set up that league? So yeah, let's just do this. So, and then from here we can import, we can set up our number of leagues, we can import teams, and then we're going to choose teams to port. And then this is similar to Action PC Baseball. If you have the season installed, you can import from there. So pretty cool. Um, and just like Action PC, you would just have to um, just install the seasons, like we're going to be able to do if we do Todd's draft idea. Leagues and divisions, right? So we don't have anything populated in here, but has a scheduler. Schedule game. The scheduler in this is better than Action PC Baseball. There's a draft tool that you can do, which is kind of nice. So batters, pitchers, it keeps a draft log, so very, very nice. Um, and then we can go to tools, and once again, we're sort of back into doing all this. So don't let the scarcity of seasons, and it's not a scarcity of seasons, there's a lot of baseball in here, and you can mix and match. So there's really a lot you can do. Um, now, right, if you want to do, like say reduce rest, whatever. Again, go to the context sensitive menu. And again, you can't blow these up. So you kind of have to look at this and say, oh, okay, this screen says this. Here's what's on the profile tab. And he's just giving you a little graphic representation. Well, wasted space. There's a lot of wasted space right here, right? My suggestion would be, right, boom, make this larger. Make it readable, okay? I mean, again, and the back button, Richard, either make it functional or get rid of it. All right, now that we've done all that, we should probably look at a game and talk about um, just some things in it. But before that, there's MV. So let's move on here. So let's talk a little bit about the game and how you play it before we play it. All right, so now I'm going to be basically kind of reading and commenting. So this is on his website, but you have to you can't directly link to this page, but so here we go. So that way when we go into the game, just kind of remember some things I'm talking about, and I can even show you. Actually, let's just bring over the screen and we can kind of look at it together. Okay. And again, for those of you that are joining a bit later, This is kind of a review of Dombrov. It's Dombrov baseball. It's not a definitive review. Maybe it's like a pseudo review slash impressions type thing. And overall, I think it's a good baseball game. I really do. All right, so Sports Illustrated was released in 1971 by Time Life, and only 4 seasons were originally produced. 1970, 71. Yeah, so his math is a little better. Oh, yeah, so 1970, 71, 72, and in addition, a set of all-time all-star charts was produced in 1970 that contained the top 25 players, and I'm going to bring this up a little bit. Top 25 players from each of the original 16 Major League teams. It was later distributed by Avalon Hill, which did variations of the game called Superstar Baseball and Pennant Race. So Avalon Hill discontinued the game in 1984, and any updates since then were provided by game enthusiasts. Well, the game probably never caught on to the masses like its publishers had hoped. It was influential in that Hal Richmond, designer of the popular Stratomatic game, felt the competitive need to add lefty-righty splits into his game as a response to the Sports Illustrated game. So something cool for you Strat guys to maybe know. Mr. Richmond has stated that adding this feature was one of the key milestones in the history of the Strat games. All right, so the game is quite simple to play, and it is. The feature attracts many, but may be perceived as too simplistic to some. Dombrov PC Baseball will guide you through the steps to play a game, and if you choose, that can be done in a manner similar to if you were playing the board game. Basically, choose your team, starting pitchers, lineups, and then play the game. This page is dedicated to providing da 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 da. So I'm skipping ahead now. So each player name is color coded to indicate if they bat left, right, or both. Now again, this is basically we're just talking about the Sports Illustrated game. So this part wasn't a design decision by Richard at all. He's reproducing the Sports Illustrated game, and in fact, that game that I bought back in 2019, the Jester, that Cards and Dice game, is basically somebody kind of resurrected Sports Illustrated baseball again in a Cards and Dice version, and it's really a beautiful looking game. I've looked at all the charts, the cards. It's nice to look at. I've never played it yet, but it looks brilliant. Okay, so it's also a similar color coding system is used to indicate if pitcher throws left or right. So the color coded system is defined on each of the team charts, which we'll look at once we jump into a game. And each position player has a defensive rating. So basically, the higher the number, the better. So pretty straightforward. The defensive rating for each player in the lineup is added together. The program does this for you, and the team totals used to determine the automatic outs when a team is on defense. A chart that lists the automatic outs for teams, team total defensive ratings is included in the help documentation with Dombrov PC Baseball. Automatic outs for your team can be viewed from various Dombrov screens, blah, blah, blah. Choosing pitchers, this does have probability of dice roll occurring along with what he says here, what each result means, as this determines the caliber of the player. So once again now, and we can even look at this in with Digital Diamond Baseball, and even in Action PC Baseball, we see those probabilities. We don't see something like that really in Out of the Park Baseball. So this is nice. I think you like that. You can look at these charts and see this. So, but how do you interpret those? Well, for batters, you want to look for players who have the most cells with hits under the dice results that have the highest probability of occurring. For pitchers, those who generates out with the most probable dice rolls are going to be your best pitchers. So you will get a graphic reinforcement, which is kind of nice, and actual stats. There's also base running rating 1 to 5, bunt rating. There's only 2 bunt ratings in this game, which is interesting, A and B. So you have a 1 to 10 scale in Action PC Baseball. And Out of the Park Baseball, you of course can set the rating at, ratings anything to 20 to 80, which is used in Major League Baseball, to 1 to 10, 1 to 5, 1 to 100, whatever. Digital Diamonds, I'm trying to remember how much, as far as bunt rating, what's it used. And Clinton has played it more than I have, so I really can't comment on what Digital Diamond does till I see the new one. There is a play-by-play text. Very, it's not robust. So this is not going to be a game where, again, if you're looking for great play-by-play, um, and again, um, Digital Diamond Baseball, I'd say this game's competitor has excellent play-by-play. I think this is closer to PC Replay Baseball. Kind of gives you a play result. So and so signal to left, so and so double to right. That pitch, missing outside for ball four. It's kind of what you're going to get. So you're not going to get that kind of, richer text that you're going to get in Digital Diamond, nor Diamond Mine Baseball. That is not what this game is about. But then again, because it is a board game conversion in a sense, but on steroids, as you'll see, with all the things that you can do that you just can't do with cards and dice, or it can't do easily with cards and dice. Um, that's not a knock because you can't do that on cards and dice either. So that's fine. Why there are only 2 bunt ratings is right. So here you go. So a player with a bunt rating of A is going to have a better chance of a successful sacrifice or squeeze bunt than a player with a B rating. In my opinion, and again, this is not on Richard. This is probably on the original Sports Illustrated game. I think that is really oversimplifying things, right? So a guy with an A and a guy with a B, that's a strange kind of parity, disparity, whatever you want to call it. So game flow. So now this thing does use special dice, so it's not like you could just break out a bunch of D6s. So the special dice produces a result ranging from 10 to 39. With the original board game, there's a black die, and you'll see that when we get into a game. I'm not going to do a whole game, but just to show you. And 2 white dice to produce the results. To read the dice, the number in the black die is multiplied times 10, and the numbers in the white dice are then added together. These 10 to 39 dice are the heart of the Sports Illustrated game and are used to determine virtually every result. There's a greater possibility, obviously, of some dice rolls versus others, as shown in the table below. It's these weighted results that increases or decreases the probability of a given result, and this is the essence of the game engine. So there you can see the black die has a 1, 2, 2 faces, and 3, 3 faces, and then you have a white die 1 that has 0 to 5, and then white die 2, 2 zeros, a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. If you have this game, you have these dice. And then it just shows you here the percentages, and this is be no different in terms of you're rolling a pair of regular casino dice, and yeah. So that's basically the essence of the game. What makes this difficult, in a sense, is certain design decisions because Richard is redoing Sports Illustrated Baseball, but really trying to add more to it. I don't think he can be faulted for certain design decisions within game. Again, the color coding of the handedness of batters and pitchers. I have no idea why Sports Illustrated chose to do it that way, and I don't think anybody's going to be back, in a time machine in 1971 and try to find out. Okay, let's go to an exhibition game. So now we can start talking about sound and things like that. So, D. Scott Howard is doing some German here. There's Henri should be interested in compare contrast the game stream. I found the last Dombrov that looked good was the 2019 version. This one seems like the game is contracted. You know what? Let me just bring up and hold your ears. I'm going to bring up the original Dombrov baseball right in front of this guy. Now, this is nicer. This is actually nicer. This opening screen is much better. It's cleaner. It looks like baseball. Um, Again, we're not going to be critiquing the old version. I don't even think it's available anymore. But a blue on green doesn't work. This should be a white or what have you. Or yellow, right? Because like for the foul poles, make this like green and then like a nice bright yellow like the foul poles. But this is nice. I think this is way nicer looking, very clean looking. Most of what you need is right here, right? Um, Work with seasons. Again, I just put these in here, but we can import season. But then you're going to do the team name and what have you. You can create a season from right here. So this is nice. So right from the front page. So let's cancel this. So right from the front page, the earlier version is better. Um, but there are some enhancements. This has the link to the Lawman database. I don't even know if this is good anymore. Yes, it is. So there is what's SeanLawman.com. I'm not showing you the website. This does just, but this comes with the database already there. Ballpark editor. So things are right there for you already. So if I'm clicking Municipal Stadium, um, look what I can do in the old version. What was I complaining about in the new version? You had to use those sliders. In the old version, look at this. I can just move guys around. So in a sense, there are some things that are a step backwards, and I'm not sure about the design decisions, but this is much better. In fact, it's a little faster, and it's actually, guys, it's pretty much as precise as Action PC, maybe even a little less fiddly, actually. So, unlike that, you cannot resize this window, but you also there's a lot less here to set up. So you don't have to set up like the grandstands and things like that, and foul areas. Really is what you're setting up in Action PC. So why Richard decided to step backward, I don't know. I really, really, really don't know. Let's pick another ballpark here to get a look at them. So there's a Wrigley borrowed or taken from some game. And again, the earlier version's easier to work with. I like it. You can create a ballpark if you want, but we're not going to get into that. But since this was mentioned, um, a lot more you can do with this. Go into team management. Again, this is the old one. Here is the color coding that we were talking about. So the righties, lefties, and switchies. And you just got to remember who's who and what's what, right? You can import Computer Manager into this if you have Computer Manager saved. Um, but anyhow, this is not a review of the older one, so um, just bear that in mind. But I think that this is a huge contrast. I'm going to bring up the other one again. All right, you can see that the older one was better. So just comparing these two. And then back to the new one. Oh, I see it now. Okay. I see now that it's got like, yep. I was just glancing over, and it was the gach that threw me. So I think that the other one has a much nicer opening screen. I'm gonna go ahead and close it out. All right, we're gonna do an exhibition game, but we're not gonna do it in test. We're gonna switch up our active season, and we're just gonna do one, I guess 1971. So that's simple, and we're gonna play an exhibition game in 1971. And so we will play, well, Phillies and we'll do Phillies and Pirates. Okay, so there's the Phillies logo, and I just have this set up for Phillies lineup subs, game playing the same for the the Pirates. Now, this will close. Now, this will get you, all right? If you click close, you think, okay, I'm closing this window. No, you're actually canceling the game. Right here, really small. Again, design decisions, right? I know it's kind of like jumping out there. Some basic CSS if this is a website. So remember, hit this button. So we see Doc Ellis is going to be starting uh, for the Pirates and Rick Wise for the Phillies. Now, we get into sound. Hold your ears, and you're going to hear something doleful in a moment. It is doleful. If you get this game and you want a national anthem, you want to switch this thing up. Right? This is not the main game screen, however. Okay, this is just showing you, right, that all the positions are set, and you can of course set your lineups and everything like that. Okay, there's player cards. Okay, this is nice. Now we're getting into that bridge thing that I was telling you guys about. All right. And PQ River says he's watching perplexed. It's really, really not a hard game to get around. I think again the earlier version was cleaner and laid out better. But that said, these player cards are nice. So again, there's that 10 to 39 and the dice rolls that we were talking about. And you can just use a scroll bar, and you can see every player. So there's Byron Brown, Denny Doyle, Oscar Gamble, and you can see all the player cards. If you want, you can look at everybody's stats, and again, there's their handedness, right? And that's all the colors mean. It's just whether they bat left, right. You can look at probabilities per player, right? As far as like, so we see here that Larry Boa, um, his chances of getting, you can see it's 2-on-3, which batting averages are really just percentages. So it's really a 21.3% chance of a single, right? 4% chance of a double, a little less for a triple, and what have you. And it starts with home runs and all the way down. So you could do that. Um, these are the charts. The charts are kind of really freaky. You don't need to use these in game, by the way, so don't let these scare you off. You don't have to ever, ever, ever look at these. Okay? But if you want, you can. And again, this you can't blame Richard. This is really kind of whoever did the design of Sports Illustrated was tripping. Is all I can say. I would not have picked these colors at all. All right, but let's jump back out. Got to use the close button. All right, now we're playing. We have our charts. We've already done this. Stats we can do. You can have saved lineups if you want. Nice. Set this to human manager, human manager. We're not going to. We can set for the Pirates, back to the Phillies for doing lineups. Lineups are set, however. Okay, and you can see lefties are in red, righties are in green. Okay. And then you have nice little call outs here. So the only thing is the if you move your mouse, man, that's pretty much it. You're screwed. There we go. So data modifier player in the lineup. Click a position on, yeah. You got to really not move your mouse. But anyhow, let's play it, and you will see what I mean about a doleful, doleful national anthem. Here we go. And then it just kind of cuts off. Again, my contention is if you're going to use sound, be a little better. So, if you're going to use a national anthem, but Richard's answer, of course, would be, well, hey, you can either turn off the sound, which you can, or bring in your own. Again, it's an MP3. But that sounded like a drunk at St. Peter's Basilica as a musician. All right, what do I like about it? Well, a lot. There's a lot I do like about this game. So it's nice ballpark image here. I can choose whether I want to, show charts. Like, so I want to show the charts. There they are. I have to get down here to close, right? Do I want to look at probabilities, stats? And this thing is now, it's not letting me view player cards. And this game actually may have crashed. Let's see. Ah, no, there we go. So what happens is that came up in the background, so I need to close that. So do beware. Um, Similar to Action PC, it does use a hierarchical system. You can mouse over and see player pictures, but you can triple click, whatever. You cannot look at players in game. Not like that. You can't. You just can't. So, but we can see here their ratings. Some of the ratings are a bit curious. Not sure why Rennie Stennett is a -2 at second, but nonetheless, there's Gene Alley's rated a 4. Clemente a 9. I disagree with some of the ratings, but again, is this done by Sports Illustrated? Perhaps. Al Oliver was much better than a 2 fielder. All right, so there's Larry Boa. All right, so you can choose to bunt. There's the bunt, stolen base, intentional walk, lineups. So this is weird, right? So why would I want to have him bunt? I'm managing, right? So as manager, you can actually say, well, what if somebody would bunt in this situation, whatever. So it's all right, but you're mainly going to be using this one-click button, okay? And then I'll show you like the hybrid ways to play this. Okay. So there's the animation. It's, as you can see a little bit, right? Gene Alley, like the ball went from Alley to Ellis to Robertson, right? But it's really, here's your play-by-play. Ellis delivers the pitch. A bouncer from Boa to Alley at shortstop. The throw to first base for the out. That is what you're going to get. Is it a knock on the game? No, because this is a conversion of a dice game. The animation apparently still not quite right. Um, you'll hear crowd sounds every once in a while. Now, over here, now pitching Doc Ellis. This could be bigger. This is really small. There's probably a way to set this, but this default, maybe it's because to show off the game. I don't know. Okay, but look over here on this particular ballpark, right? Well, it's kind of hard to read Tim McCarver's name there. I think that this should be just a nice solid background, and I'm sure that's where you set up that background color and global settings, and I think that's cool. Again, you have contextual help right here, which is good, and at least for in-game, it's pretty nice. So I'll give it that. That is good. Back button does not work again. All right, so we can always look down here too to see what's at, but I want to look up here. Now, settings. Let's go back to settings. Here are those crazy settings again. Um, you can use speech with play-by-play results. Um, I I probably wouldn't do that. You can have between inning sounds. You can have user gameplay sounds. Notice the gameplay sounds is there. So this would be a nice little project if you wanted to bring your own sounds. I think that you could actually have a lot of fun with that. Anyhow, let's close this. And so let me see. Is this going to show cards or what? We can hide the lineup grids. Oh, wait a minute. See, something came back up. There are the cards back there. I want the cards showing up in game, and I think I have to go to global settings for that. We'll go ahead and do another one. Ellis to McCarver. Okay, so center field base hit. That's fine, except that fly balls look no different than base hits in this version of the game. And the other, there it did look. Sometimes it will look like a fly ball, other times it won't. Okay, let's do another. So here's Willie Montanez. That was a strikeout. Okay, middle of the first. So here comes the delivery from Ellis. Strike three. Ellis gets Montanez to strike out. Middle of the first, all knotted up at 0-0. Okay, click. Okay, so Rennie Stennett gets a double, so you really got to pay attention to this, which is fine. It's rolling the dice. Okay. All right. So, let me go to settings here and let me see. If we do like manual, it's not letting me do that right now, apparently. So this was working before, not working now. I can choose to use a full playing field or 3/4. Again, like Action PC Baseball. Let's go ahead and close this. So you can actually play with the cards and chuck dice, put them in, and it will give you that. Um, quick play, don't know. That's just to get through the game, which is what we'll do. But we're going to go ahead and just let it play out. All right. So that's a strikeout. Sound clues. Um, now, what is a problem here again? You're going to have to font size. So I've got to really see that, okay, Rick Wise has struck out 2 batters in the game. But I think this could do with a lot of with some cosmetic changes. It's a lot of cosmetics here, I think, at this point. So Roberto Clemente strikes out, and it's the end of the first. So this is basically, yeah, the game. We'll go ahead and quick play this for now. We can set this to spectator mode. We're going to go through. Let's go to the 8th inning and play it. All right. So we see the Phillies are leading the Pirates 3-1, and Dave Justy is in there to close it out. Okay, base. I'm trying to get a fly ball here. Okay. Um, it does seem. So there's a little graphic glitch there. It does seem that he has straightened out some of the animation. And of course, when I want a fly ball out, it's not happening. Is that it? There. That was a fly out. That looks no different than a hit. The only clue that you get is the sample of a ball hitting a glove. In the older version, you did have a more of a kind of, there was a little arc kind of to the ball. Let's do another one. That was a fly out. So you have to listen for that sound. Computer Manager's Pirates are bringing in Gene Clines as a pinch hitter. Click yes to confirm. And again, I'm letting the computer manage against it. Little graphic thing there. There's Gene Clines. Yeah, bring in Jose Pagan. Pagan strikes out. And I'm going to go ahead and just click play this. I think you guys get an idea of the game. There we go. So if you were input, that's what I wanted it to do. I wanted to show you that. So if you were rolling dice, there's the cards. And then it would advance with each batter. It would advance with each batter. So here's your play result charts. Um, again, something else that I would argue, but I don't, he should be able to do this, is you need, if you're going to work with cards, make them a little larger. Now again, if I scooch this, you guys can't see it. If I put it on my other larger monitor, it looks great, right? But if you're playing on a laptop, so this laptop that I'm playing on is 17, it's a 17.5-inch monitor. If I put it over on my other one, which is 24 inches, I can really see this. But I think this is a nice touch. I really do. So you can get this kind of cards and dice thing there, and there you go. It gives you again an explanation of everything. So high points of the game, I think, and there we have to sort of close it there. There's a lot to like about the game, and the thing is, it's a very crowded market. Um, Judging a book by its cover is not always a good thing. Um, for me, my main gripes about this game, the user interface has devolved from the very first. The sounds, again, if you're looking, if that isn't a big thing to you, it's okay. But to me, the sounds, I think you either got to make them, and it's the same criticism I have on digital diamond baseball. If you're going to use sounds, make them decent, or don't put them in your game at all. Um, it's a very faithful recreation, from my understanding, from talking to folks who played the actual Sports Illustrated baseball. This is it's really a faithful recreation of it. I like the fact that the ballparks and the players are included with um, era proper logos, if you will. Um, I like that it's very flexible. What else? Working with seasons is really easy. Creating your own seasons is nice. Creating seasons, and this is where it whoops the crap out of Digital Diamond Baseball, at least up to version 10. If you want to create teams from multiple or seasons from multiple or seasons with teams from multiple eras, right? Easy to do in this. So library management is much better in this than in the other game that we'll again do a little comparison with. Um, I think that the thing that really hurts this game, my friends, is the user interface. It really just hurts it. So I'm going to quit the game and not worry about it. So again, comparing this to the old one, and I'll bring up the old one and show you. So if you guys want to see it, I'll do that. Hold your ears. And I'm going to close the other one, I think. Yes. All right. Let's play an exhibition game here on the old one, because I just want you guys to see. Do I want to resume the game? I do not want to resume it. Okay, so we're going to select visitors, and we'll do the Boston Red Sox, and we'll do the Detroit Tigers, and I'm going to do computer manager again for both, because I just don't feel like managing. Okay, and then we're going to go to next. All right, again, here we go. This is cleaner, and look, you got that nice logo. Better use of space. All right, again, this you cannot blame on Richard. Bad color. And in fact, if you're red-green colorblind, you can't play this game. So, um, but that's something that Sports Illustrated probably didn't take into consideration back in the day. And in fact, the guy that did the board game that Jester I didn't like, because it wasn't like a season replay game, but rather it came with something, I don't know, 5,000 players or something like that. 900 player cards in a DVD with additional players. Really nice. It's got the same look. So this cannot be held against the game. We can go over and look at the the Detroit Tigers, and then we can play the game. And I'm trying to remember what this anthem is going to be like. And it kind of stops. That's all right. That's okay. Um, so look, nice, clean look here. I can see that Doc Kramer is pitching for the Boston Red Sox, and I can see that Hal Newhouser is pitching. Right? It's nice contrast. This is cleaner. Again, you do have, guys are a little squashed, but that's okay. All right. You still have the click result, and there, that's a fly ball. So here's Joe Cronin, fly ball to first. George Kell makes the catch for the out. What George Kell is doing hanging out over here at first, I don't know. George Kell was primarily a third baseman, but I guess it's to get, yeah. So Ted Williams flies out to Ty Cobb to end the inning. In a way, this game is nicer The earlier version is nicer in a sense for a gameplay experience. Yep, Pib99 saying it. He says, yeah, everybody's liking that layout. Way better, says Big Clue. And World's Worst Gamer says there's no sound. I don't know. Seems like everybody else can hear me. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. Just give somebody gives a thumb up if you can hear me. Yeah, the stretch out photos, they don't look great, but they don't look bad. The other one has better. But you guys looking right, this game, I didn't have to change anything in here. It just is like this. Now, what don't I like about the older version is the fact that I've got to download the seasons and then install them. But then I have to do that in Action PC Baseball too. But what I like about the new version is seasons are easier to work with. But this one looks nicer. It looks nicer in every respect. All right, thank you, Big Clue. So I think that the older version looks nicer. It really does. Um, we can go right to our box score. And what's nice about this is, right, this isn't opening a window behind a window like the other one. Maybe Richard hasn't worked out the bugs in that. To be fair, um, the thing I was showing you before is it's still a test version. Um, but I'm hoping that he will consider going back to this look. This looks nice. I think this looks much nicer. It seems like you guys seem to like that too. So I can see what Ty Cobb did there, right? Again, it's not to Action PC Baseball, but it doesn't have to be. Okay, Charlie Gehringer, right? And again, Spartan play-by-play, but that's fine. If you're playing a cards and dice game, you're doing that anyhow. Let's go to game settings here. All right, now again, you can do manual dice rolls. Save changes. All right, and I think I'm missing something here because let me see what happens. Yeah, manual dice roll. There it is. Okay, so I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Oh yeah, well, it's gonna says please rate for result, and right, it's giving you the result. But I didn't fix everything up in the game settings yet. So if I go back here, um, I didn't roll in any. I think you have to actually put in here what you've rolled. But I'm not a cards and dice player, so I'm not going to worry about it. But I think, is there a way here? So you can hide the Sports Illustrated chart during the game, which is what I selected. I'll uncheck it so you can see what it looks like up there somewhere. There it is. So again, this is even a nicer presentation. So if we look here for Hal Newhouser, okay, we're seeing all these sort of play results that can happen with Newhouser along that 10 to 39 spectrum, and then right we can look at the year effects that involves, the 1968 Tiger Stadium effect, and then Newhouser himself. I think that's nice. All right. So I can look at the opponent's lineup really easily. And again, the Tigers are computer managed. Do I wish to make a lineup change? No, I don't. I just want to look. That's all I want to do. So I can go opponent, 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 opponent. Again, righties, lefties, switchies, whatever. So red, lefties, right, righties, right? Now see there, it's showing, you're looking at those results as if you're playing a cards and dice game. Now here's another thing though. That's a little hard to read. Blue and orange. I know that he's for the what have you. Context sensitive help. Um, so the computer manager. God, the computer manager. Red Sox are attempting a bunt. Click yes to confirm. Yeah, so just click yes. That's fine. They can bunt. Shows that there was an E5 there on Boone at third. I'm not sure what else to show you. We're going to go ahead and let me see. What are we going to do? Quick play. And again, we can select up to whatever. Let's go to the eighth. Okay, so 4-0 Red Sox right now. And yeah, so there's Donovan, Wild Bill Donovan in there. So yeah, I think a head-to-head comparison, in a way, I think user interface is better with the older version. Let's see what else we can do in game settings during a game. And then I think you can change animated speed. You can, again, user defined game sounds, condensed box score if you want that. At any time during the game, there's no big feature. You can do the same in Action PC. You can also switch back and forth. Your default chart type is going to be like set to a legacy chart, which I guess if you want the Sports Illustrated experience, you can do that. So there's some things missing in the new game that were in the old game here. Um, but yeah, so just one more time, I'm doing this to help Richard. I'm going to bring up the new one. All right. And we're going to back to this guy here, and we're going to quit this game so that we can just sort of compare. I really, really hope Richard will, kind of take this as positive, but, kind of work on this bit, man. So, all right. Remainder of the game. Okay. And there you go. And that popped up from the other one, so finished. All right, so opening screen for the original one and opening screen for the new one. I think there's a definite, I think the consensus here in the old ball orchard here is everybody seems to prefer the older one, and so do I. So all in all, I like the game. I wouldn't rate it as one I'm going to play a lot as compared to Action PC or Out of the Park Baseball. But to be fair, it's not really fair to compare this to Action PC and Out of the Park. Rather, I think the fruitful comparison will come with the release of Digital Diamond Baseball, and then we'll have the two latest versions of these games and be able to talk about them. I think this has a better user interface experience, cleaner, better fonts, nicer colors, but the proof is going to be in the gameplay. And to be honest with you, I haven't played enough games in either version to kind of set a control. Now, if you are one of the owners of the 2013, should you upgrade? Well, the nice thing about the upgrade is it's just like Action PC Baseball. You can keep the old version and the new one. It's serial number protected. That's all. There's no weird copy protection like you find in Stratomatic. Um, so, yeah, that's it. So, consensus seems to be, yeah, the consensus seems to be here. Everybody seems to like kind of the look overall. What did you guys think as far as like the end game? Did you prefer the new one or the old one as far as when you're actually playing a game? I like the old one. I mean, I like the new one was nice because the ballpark area was larger. And to be fair, you don't have to play with a full-size ballpark in the new version, but it still didn't look. There's something about this one I think just looks better. I think this is a better looking version. Yep. The other one wants to make your eyes bleed. Yep. Same here. Now, that being said, is it a good baseball sim? Yes, it is. No bells and whistles, and I don't think Richard is going for bells and whistles. I know he is trying to improve animation. Um, it's not trying to be Action PC baseball, nor is it definitely not trying to be Out of the Park baseball. Um, but is it a good baseball sim? Absolutely. Do I think it's better or worse? I think it's on par with Digital Diamond. And in fact, in some ways, I like it better than Digital Diamond for season creation, handling, moving teams, working at the player level. This is a better game in that respect. For single season replays, it's a toss up. You can choose one or the other. Um, for what you get for both games, again, almost everything free. Good. They're this is built on, again, a baseball engine that, as we heard in Richard's own words, was really enhanced a lot by enthusiasts of Sports Illustrated baseball. So there's that to consider. Um, Again, I think that Dave, or that I keep calling him Dave, that Richard, that red green, that horrible color coding thing is just awful, and he can't be blamed for that. He's recreating a game. I think that he really should address, though, for people that are colorblind, like red green colorblind, which is the most common type of color blindness, that maybe if you wanted to do the hitters, do like black, white, gray, or something like that. I think that would be really good for people who are colorblind. And then for folks like our good friend Aaron who are sightless, um, this is a um, a Windows game, but I would have to really work with Aaron to see, as I am mousing over these things, whether his software will read like they do in most of the things in Action PC Baseball. I'm guessing they probably do. You can go right to Richard's site, by the way, and so here we are, and that's going to come up. So free downloads. So if you have the older version, okay, you can go to seasons, and then you can actually use this instead of the, even within the new game too. And he will get a nice sort of description of everything. And this is a lot. I mean, he's really done a lot of work here. It wasn't just he used a that he just used the Llama database by itself, and that's it, right? So it was created with the Llama import, but then he made adjustments to ballpark effects. I'm looking at 2017 just for giggles, right? Error ratings, pitcher stamina with moderate level on, and walks divided by strikeout ratings. Uses the as planned schedule, DH rule, is on for the American League, blah 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 blah. So, and it tells you what these are. I mean, there's a lot of baseball here, a lot. Teams of the decade. So you're going to get 16 teams spanning, and these are free, and they're $25 with PC Replay Baseball. Um, I think it's worth it. I don't know if this older version is still available. No, it's not, unfortunately. Richard, if you're watching this, you might have more, I'm not speaking for these guys, but you might have more people interested if you would really consider some retooling of the graphics, and especially that user interface, to maybe make the older version available, because you're still running on basically the same engine. That would be a suggestion. Um, but I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. You can try it for free, by the way, guys. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you this. So the free edition is right there. You can give it a try without spending a penny. If you decide to like it, it's $25, and you can do a lot with it. I like it. I like it. If I were to grade it on a straight up A, B, C, D, F scale, and not and graduate school scale, because I don't really like plus and minuses. Um, Overall, I would give the game, both versions combined, I would give it a B. Definitely give the game a B. I would say that if comparing the two versions, though, user interface and look, the older game would be a B, and the newer game, I hate to say, a D in terms of again, that the working with seasons, it's an A both ways. Um, I've played more games than the original version, and it seemed to play out actually pretty accurately. So it's a pretty good baseball engine under there. So that's kind of a look at Dombrov baseball. Um, I'm hoping that maybe some of you guys, if you'd like to see this game improved, why not try the free edition? And I'll tell you this, that Richard is very responsive to emails. Be nice, please. But and you guys are nice, right? He's responsive, and I think that if more people speak up, that will help him. And maybe he can say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Put in the new enhancements that you want to do, but leave the cleaner look of this guy because this looks really nice. In fact, this looks nicer than Strat PC. Um, this just again, I know I'm killing World's Worst Gamer coming back to this, but there you go. All right, so that really does it for a kind of look at it. I think it's worth it. For 25 bucks, it's worth it if you can get past all of this. So I haven't gone over how to do tournaments or anything like this. I don't think that's necessary. The fact that you can do it is nice. Any questions before we close this out and then maybe do a game or something? Well, I mean, well, and it says a lot that I think that even this bad interface, but this one's lacking, and this is the thing. So again, to reiterate something earlier, and so I want to create a new season, and I can't find that on here. But if I go to the old one, I know exactly what I need to do. Work with leaguer seasons. I can do that, and it's done. I just know that bam, I can do this. If I go into here, right, and I can do all kinds of stuff here, right? Look at that. I can just double click. And the new version, I can't remember you guys. So I was clicking, 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 couldn't do it. Look at this. It's there. Now I double clicked. I can bring up Eddie Collins in this new version. In the old version, I can't bring up Eddie Collins. So claimer, draft player, release player, trade player. Very, very robust game on both ends. On both ends. So I don't know. I can import a team again from anything that you have installed. And right here, of course, there's just a few things installed. Just like an Action PC, so you do have a lot of flexibility there. Right here, you can create a season from the Lawman database, and then you can also just import from. But again, this version you cannot bring. You have to actually download and install the season. But that's no big deal. We have to do that in Action PC Baseball, so that's not a knock at all. So the latest version, Pib, that I'm showing is he updated it this year, so it's 2023. The latest version that I showed you is a test version, and let me tell you, we did saw that one bit of right, saw that bit of jank, but the animation is much improved to what it was on the update this year. Um, so Richard, I would say if you could somehow return to this opening screen, right, and just make everything, give it that kind of nice look here that you had. Um, right, again, this is a bit dense, but even so, look where it is, guys. It's right in the center of the screen. It's not crowded up here. Um, create a season from the Llama database, and I'm not going to go through that. I mean, anybody that's played digital baseball sims for a while knows that the Llama database at one point was like every game was using it. Pure Sim used it. In fact, I think it's still in out of the park baseball too. It's not the nodal. It's not the right. But Richard, you did a great job on the old version with with the ballpark editor. The slide thing, I have no idea what's up. I mean, but look at that. That's a nice image. Citizens Bank Park, and there I can put the second baseman up in the stands just like I can in Action PC. Anyhow, cancel. No, I don't want to save. Any other questions before we exit this? So Pib99 saying here, return to all the old stuff. Definitely. I think you could work on the animations, and I do see an improvement. But make fly balls if you can look like fly balls. Um, don't worry about the play-by-play. I think a lot of players playing this game aren't looking for a robust play-by-play. That's fine. Keep the ease of working with seasons. If you wanted to be kind to the colorblind, and even to those of us who aren't colorblind, maybe depart from the Sports Illustrated thing and just make lefties. Just use lefty righty, L, R, and S, lefty righty and switchy, right? There's a team chart design editor we haven't talked about, but again, this is in the old version. Um, but if we go to 1970, Baltimore Orioles, this is something Robbie will like. You can actually create players. So this should get Robbie Wartburg, which I know he has Dombrov baseball, so I don't know if he remembers this. So you can actually create players in this game. And Robbie, unfortunately for you, actually for Baseball for Windows, you need a specific program to create players in that, which I just realized you don't have. So it's an application called Wizard, so you have to track that down and run it since you want to create players in Baseball for Windows. Anyhow, that's it, guys. I don't know what else you would want to see from this. I think it's good. I think it's worth it because there's a free version, and it's not as the free version is nowhere near as limited as PC Replay Baseball. Give it a shot. Download it. You might find that you're kind of cool with it. It's not going to cost you anything. Sitting around some night, and you're like you're bored. Let me try Dombrov baseball. See what it's like. And give Richard your feedback. He's a really nice guy. Their forums are Delphi forums, so you'll see Clinton Parks. Clinton Parks posts a lot of stuff on the Dombrov forums. So there we go. Nope, it's not in 5.75, Robbie. That's what I just said. It's something you wouldn't have. And actually, I've never messed with Wizard because I don't have a desire to make my own players. So playing field stretched out looks bad too. It improves things, but it still is bad. Says World's Worst Gamer. Okay. So Robbie's saying my only question is on the game screen. Each player's color coded in lineup boxes. I already said what those mean, Robbie. Did you miss that bit? I think you did. Color coding is for handedness of batters and pitchers. So, yep. A Wizard is older than 4.0, Robbie. You're going to have to maybe use the Internet Wayback Machine to find Wizard. Because I think by 4.0, Wizard was gone too. But that's what it means. Yeah, Big Clue saying thank you for the review. Again, I hope that Richard will understand. I think he's got a good game, but there's a lot of room for improvement. And I would really encourage you guys to try the free version at least. See what you think. And I think the more feedback he gets, the better. Because again, he's been responsive from the very first time I found this game back in 2013. I'm like, this looks really cool. Another baseball game to try out. There you go. Yeah. So, are we doing a game here? Thank you, cousin Ken. I appreciate it. It's a heck of a presentation. Thanks, guys. Um, I do. I think it's a worthy game. I really do. And it's the same price point as Digital Diamond Baseball, and it's sound wise everything. I give this one the edge ultimately at the end of the day for it's much easier to work with mixed seasons and stuff like this, and everything's already assigned. So um, and a much cleaner user interface, the old one. Let's bring up the new one. Sorry, World's Worst Gamer. Got to close out the old one now. So there we go. That's it. Okay. We can either do a ball game or just end it here, or just kind of chin wag, or just end the stream, guys. That's why I put a first look at Dombrov baseball, and then who knows. So God only knows, right? We can't do Ned McGreevy tonight because Midlife Crisis isn't ready yet, and that is totally fine. Todd B says, "Evening, Dombrov, huh? That's a PC version of Sports Illustrated." Really, with bells and whistles, and it does have some bells and whistles. There's a lot more you can do with it, obviously. Digital realm, yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it better than PC Replay Baseball, which I've tried twice on the PC, and it just didn't click with me. I like this one better, and that is saying something, I suppose. And the price is right, 25 bucks. And if you don't feel like making your own season, there's 90 of them to work with. But this user interface is bad, man. It's just bad. And I'm going to feel really bad if it was like his son or daughter or somebody that did this artwork. But I mean, it is what it is. Maybe I'll have Richard look at something really quick. Sorry, guys, I have to do this though. So, Richard, here's what I'm offering you. Okay, I'm going to offer you something really cool here. And I'll bring up this one because I don't really think. So, Richard, I'm a graphic artist, and while this is not baseball related, I can make your game in the front look sassy. I can make it look sassy. So this is our little dragon guy saying, "What do you think? I'd love to help you. I won't even ask you anything. I won't ask any money from you. I really would just like to help you tart up the game, make it look nice. So let me know." And the dragon says, "I'll be here waiting. I'm offering graphic help and user interface experience help for free. If you would like it, I will gladly do it." It was Todd Bean actually in an article that we to each his own, but I'm crazy. You know what? World's Worst Gamer, he's a nice guy. Richard is a nice guy, and that's why I'd like to help him because I think there's a good game here. But look how many of you looked at the older version and said after you saw the new version, like, "Oh my God, that's much better. That's much better. That's not what you know." And let's face it, he can't compete with Dave Cook, right? But he could have a competitor. I could definitely compete with Digital Diamond Baseball, and why not? But yeah, I mean, how Richmond said, right? It was so that Sports Illustrated Baseball introduced the lefty and righty splits, which that's what made old Hal at Stratomatic do it. Actually, yeah, um, Todd, there is some stuff that I want to do. Hey, the Cubs, the Bears, how you doing, my friend? So if they hire Beatles, the price would probably go up to $60. No. Oh my God, I just want to tart it up a little bit. That's all. Yeah, so I found another artwork I did. It's like a very Pixar Babe Ruth. I'll show it to you guys some night. Using oh shit. I forget if I used Maya or Blender. I can't remember. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. I was addressing something. Does he look happy? That's because he's looking in the bedroom, Robbie. He's looking in the bedroom of the chick that I found for you. So I'm going to bring her up one more time, and then we're going to go back to baseball. So this is Robbie's future girlfriend that I created some time ago. I was going through my archives because I'm creating a print-on-demand store and stuff like that. So there she is. This is going to be Mrs. Robbie Wartburg once we find her. And again, it's my own work. So hate it or not, there it is. There she is. And she's saying, "Come hither, Robbie, and tell me all about baseball for Windows." You can see it in her eyes. She wants to know. She wants to know. The free edition is crashing on you. Let Richard know. And Richard, the free edition is crashing on at least one of our guys here, so they're willing to try it out. It's Todd. It's a piece of artwork that I did. It's not anybody. It can be anybody you want. That's what I like about doing art. You can interpret it. If you want her to be Ivana, you can. If you want her to be a Galadriel, you can. If you want her to be Lucille Ball with blonde hair, you can. It's just about the art, man. I'm not picky. I just do the stuff for giggles and fun because it's what I wanted to do at one time with my life. Anyhow, I'm not going to go into that story. Big Clue says, I think Hal Richmond has a granddaughter Robbie's age who's single. Robbie, you'd have to switch to Stratomatic. Robbie looking at that picture says, I can certainly see it. She does want to know. I can picture Robbie saying that. I can hear him. So there you go, Robbie. Hal has a granddaughter around your age. Play some Stratomatic, buddy. What do you think? You'd have to renounce APA, though. You would have. Would you renounce APA for a woman? If she looked like that blonde, or whatever, or just any hottie out there, Kate Beckinsale, whatever, would you, if you had the choice between somebody drop dead gorgeous like Kate Beckinsale or baseball for Windows, Robbie Wartburg, this is the time to answer the question. Would you choose Kate Beckinsale or Ernie Harwell? And I know that sounds weird. Renounce your APA heresy. Aaron Reeds has got to make his own. Oh, he got to make his own candy bar today at the Hershey factory. Cool. So if you are you guys, Aaron, I'm glad you're here. Tell your dad. I know you guys want to go to Gettysburg, but it's going to be like crappy and cold tomorrow. What I would suggest, a place that I would suggest you guys visit instead, which is really really cool. Tell your dad this, because it's going to be not a nice day tomorrow to visit Gettysburg. Go to the Heritage Center. It's in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. There's an Army, it's an Army National Guard, whatever. But anyhow, the Army runs it. You go through all of these great exhibits. The World War I exhibit is amazing. It's really nice. It's kind of walkthrough. It's very multimedia. There's interactive stuff you can do at the Heritage Center. It's free. When you go in, you can pick like one of the wars, like Spanish American, First World War, Second, Korean, Vietnam, whatever, and you'll get a card with a soldier, sailor, airman, whatever. And then as you go through at different points, it's kind of similar to what they do with the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum. Is you put that card in and you follow that, again, soldier, sailor, airman, marine, and then you'll see at the end what happened to him in that particular war. The Heritage Center is great. You can walk through it. They have like a pill, like trenches down in the trenches for the First World War, pillbox. You'll see there's all kinds of cool stuff. And while Gettysburg is nice, it's going to be something like 48 and rainy and kind of just crap tomorrow in Pennsylvania. Oh, so the tickets have been paid for. Okay. Well, I mean, it'll be fine. I mean, I just, the Heritage Center is amazing. It really is. It's Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Maybe after you guys leave Gettysburg, Carlisle is not that far from Gettysburg. So maybe you can go up and catch the Heritage Center too. I don't know how long the Gettysburg tour lasts. I have no idea. But I wanted to tell you about that, and I'm like, oh my God, I should have told him about the Heritage Center in Carlisle. Real nice. Weathermen can be wrong. Fingers crossed. They were a little bit wrong about today. It wasn't as warm today as it was supposed to be. Let's see. What's it say for tomorrow? So Saturday 50. Yeah, not bad. The warmer weather comes next week, unfortunately. Um, but I hope you're enjoying your time in the Commonwealth, Aaron. I really do. We do have it, it's Pennsylvania's nice. It is, and we had no winter to speak of this year. So fingers crossed for Aaron and his family as they check out Gettysburg. But if you have a chance, if you can make it to the Heritage Center, I think you'd really like it. Robbie went away. What's his answer? Robbie, I'm going to be way too drunk tomorrow and running all over the place to be visiting anybody. Tomorrow I had to work today, so tomorrow I'm celebrating St. Patrick's Day and then see my girlfriend overnight. So, and I'm probably gonna be pretty obliterated. So, well, I'd love to meet Aaron on this trip. I think maybe I'm gonna have to make a trip down to Kentucky, um, maybe sometime in the autumn because Kentucky summers. Oof. Of course, Pennsylvania summers are hot now too. Robbie, Kate Beckinsale or Ernie Harwell? Do I have to find a picture of Kate Beckinsale? Maybe I should. Sunday when I'm hungover. Yeah. All right. We're gonna help Robbie here, gentlemen. I'm gonna bring up a picture of Ernie Harwell and a picture of Kate Beckinsale. So let's first look at Kate Beckinsale here, because I before we do any baseball, we have to do this. And I picked Kate because, well, yeah, she's my kind of celebrity crush, and everybody's allowed to have one. Everybody's allowed to have one. All right. So let me see. Boy, it's hard to pick out pictures of her because she's just so. There we go. Oh, that's a nice one. Okay, let's bring this over. Um, so here's some pictures. This is a good one from the Daily Mail, and she's 49 in this picture. 49 years old. Bear that in mind, buddy, as I drag this over. This is Kate Beckinsale at age 49. 49 years old. Manaj. Look at this. 49 years old. All right. Make sure this has come over on the live stream. And then just trying to get. I want Robbie to make a choice here. Right. Look at this. Elegant. Elegant, right? And these are all safe pictures, so no worries. So I don't think Kate's ever done like okay. So there we've seen some Kate. Now we're gonna bring up Ernie Harwell. Okay, and there's Ernie Harwell. She is class. Okay, so here's Ernie, and right, so we'll do a couple Ernie pictures. There's Ernie, and we love Ernie. We do. There's Ernie. There's Ernie. Okay. Yeah, except the movie she made. Yeah. So I think Kate's a wonderful example. So World's Worst Gamer says that Ernie is a sexy guy. And yeah, Aaron, it would have been an honor to have met Ernie Harwell in person. Yeah. Are you kidding me? First movie I saw Kate Beckinsale in was Pearl Harbor. She was really not known yet. But I saw her and I'm like, oh my God, she's striking. She's got a great sense of humor. She's intelligent. I love her. I have other, but she's like my main crush, man. Oof, deadly crush on her. Anyhow, the point being, Robbie, is would you renounce Apple Baseball for Windows for a hottie? And we could do a whole hottie gallery. I'm sure Ken Castro could be. He's got some good names of safe to show pictures on the channel here. Because we used to trade off pictures of babes and stuff. I'm trying to remember the name of that musician that we were both like, oh my God. Anyhow, oh, Marty Brennan and Joe Knoxville, yep. But what I wish I could do an image search on Hal Richmond's granddaughter, but I don't think she's gonna show up. Yeah, and Underworld. Yeah, if you're gonna be taken up by a vampire, and the closest she ever got to a nude scene was in Underworld 2. Great legs, great legs. I mean, come on. So, World's Worst Gamer, you're telling me you would not like want her to punish you for your sins? All right, that's all right. I don't know. I think she's. But again, it's about type. You're right. I think she's a beautiful, beautiful woman. But phew, I'm just waiting for Robbie's answer as we see pictures of her as a vampire. Yeah, kill me, baby, kill me. I'm fine with it. That's not the vampire. That's that movie Bold or Jolt, which really wasn't that good. Anyhow, so much for that. I did say this was going to be a baseball channel. Underwear Underworld. Robbie is not sure. See his silence, man. The silence. The silence of Robbie Wartburg. He's not sure. Ernie, Kate. Anyhow, keeping your hobby. All right. Well, it's only because I couldn't find a picture of Hal Richmond's granddaughter. I don't think she's out there. Okay. As on the same token, I would never ask a woman to give up a hobby she was into. Watch Serendipity, you'll fall in love with her. Oh yeah. Yup. Uh, actually, so the two women that when I was living in Holland, one of them that I lived with for some time was a hardcore gamer, dude. Now, again, I will agree with World's Worst Gamer that in general, yeah, he's right. But we used to play things like Guild Wars 2 and all this other kind of stuff. So she and I together probably put 600 to 700 hours into it. She put another 800 hours into it on her own, and I mean hardcore min maxing her character, doing this, doing that. My ex-wife was played only hardcore games, man. She was hardcore RPG like all the way. So, but yeah, I think generally most women don't. My current girlfriend is not a gamer, so you are right demographically. For the most part, they're not. But there are some out there that are. Seems like the more creative types, like the more creative, the more weird they are, whatever. Yeah, but yeah, when you're married, it ends, right? So Aaron Reed says his girlfriend loves action PC baseball right now, along with me. So we have two major um, things in common. Nice. No, yeah, the majority. The majority. I do agree. Oh, Michelle Branch. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's do Michelle Branch here. I mean, at this point, we're not doing a game. We've already degenerated from any possibility of doing a game, right? So what the hell? Michelle Branch, right? So Ken is talking about Michelle Branch. She's definitely a cutie. You can see some pictures there of Michelle. Two women in Holland. I went double dutch. Yes, I did. Big clue. Yes, I did. And the second one was better than the first. So there she is. Excellent musician. Excellent musician. And you know, the nice thing about her is I mean, she looks like, like just a chick you would just meet, man, which is really nice, right? She doesn't look, I mean, like somebody at Cape Beck and say, oh, you're probably not going to, you're going to see somebody like this who's very attractive walking down the street more, right? I like this picture of her just kind of smiling, holding her guitar there. That's nice. That is really nice. Robbie, she'd be a good one for you. Look, there, look, Robbie, she's flashing the signs. She loves baseball. Look at this picture. She's flashing the signs, buddy. There you go, right there. Can we blow this one up? Probably not. Let's try it. Ah, no, we can't. Bastards. Anyhow. Todd B and Cousin Ken. So Todd B saying, "Hey, there's baseball demos. So let me let you guys know what's going on." Yeah, once you get married, things change from I do to I did. Yep, they do. She's a musician, Robbie. Anyhow, so let's let you guys know what's going on Baseball Demos channel, so you can go vote. So earlier tonight, um, it was around 8 o'clock. Doesn't matter now; it's done. But go to Baseball Demos channel. He's doing a selection, and I don't know, either we pick another chick here, or we just take Michelle Branch off, whichever. We'll get back to this. Um, selected seasons, and there are six left. Now you can watch the whole thing. It's kind of fun to watch David's process. So there's six seasons left, and you can vote either in the chat or not in the chat, in the comments under the video, or and it's going to be his video. It's game of the week selection or something. Forgive me, David. I already voted. I can't remember the exact. If you want to put the link in here, you can, please, because you do have a wrench here, I believe. Yes, you do. So there's six seasons you can vote on. If memory serves, I know two of them because I voted for 1966. 1966, 75, 95, 1995, and I think there's like three seasons from the 2000s, like 2000s. I think there's one from the 2010s. I think it is 2010. So, and David used just basically a random process to eliminate seasons, and he said a lot of the seasons that he wanted to do were sort of knocked out on the selection process. And I was watching, and I was very sad to see 1971 go, and 2001. Although I guess somebody is or recently did 2000. Oh, Ron Juckett is doing the 2001 um, thing. So 2001 season. Anyhow, go to baseball. There we go. Thank you, David. So it's 1966, 1975, 1983, 1995, 2010, and 2018. So, yeah, 66 first Atlanta team and last year for Koufax. 1966 is the season I voted for. Todd, yeah, it's Todd. Guys, go over vote for what David's going to be doing. His game of the week that he ramps up around in April. I believe he's going to be announcing, doing the season reveal, which one he's going to do on the 23rd March. So you got 6 days to think about it with those 5 seasons. So please do vote. He also has his email up there for you guys. David, I wouldn't suggest putting it in the chat here. Have the guys look in the email because bots and just crappy people. I don't think you want a lot of unwanted crap mail because at least bots can't copy an image. So, oh, next Friday night. Okay, so because I thought at first it was the 23rd, so it's going to be the 24th. 24th of March will be the reveal of what David's going to be doing on his annual game of the week, or semi-annual, biannual, whatever it is, semi-annual game of the week. All good seasons. The only reason I didn't vote for 1975 is I've seen it done so much. I'm kind of I've OD'd on the 1975 season. Even though my Pirates did well, got killed by the Reds, but we did well. 83, all these other ones are kind of, but 1966 for me because it's exploring a decade that which I'm really poor. But do check it out. There, look, there's other people. Everybody's voting in here. David's not taking votes in here, guys. There's DC. How you doing, DC? So go to David's channel, David. If you put the link to that video, these guys could go vote, buddy, if you don't mind. Yeah, 1984 was knocked out. So I know David's. It's between 3 games, and it's going to depend. He also said, and you check that out on the video. If it would impact your voting, because of what season would depend on what game he's doing, whether it's inside pitch, payoff pitch, or PC replay cards and dice. So it's all cards and dice. So, um, oh, David, all you have to do is go to your page, copy the address to the video, and then come back here in the chat and paste it right in the chat. That's all you got to do. It's that's it. I could actually even do it for you. In fact, I will do it for you. So hang out here for a minute, and I'll do that for you. So we're gonna hear, we'll get to hear Al's or David's sonorous voice, his sonorous voice. And I should let you guys go because our Red Sox fan is live right now. So maybe we'll just let it go here and let you guys go hang out with Al, or if Robbie wants to do a game. But let's do baseball demos and baseball demos and baseball demos and this and stop, and there we go. And here comes the link in the chat, guys. Okay. So if you click on that link and go, you can watch the video. But vote in the comments of that video for what David is going to be doing in his game of the week. World Baseball Classic update. Mexico advances to play Japan on Monday. The winner of tomorrow's game, United States versus Venezuela, will face Cuba on Sunday in the championship game on Tuesday. Yeah, I could, because those that'll hang around will hang around here, and the others that'll go to see Al will go to see Al. Yeah, let's do a ball game. Is MV in here? Because we could do 1986, 1986 Mets, 1984 Tigers. Robbie says, yeah, do a game. I agree with Ken. All right, so David is saying that the game of the week will not have Strat. So, all right. So MV, you're here, buddy. We could just do you want to do another 86 Mets, 84 Tigers game? Do game 3 in Out of the Park Baseball? I just wanted to see if you were still here, because if you weren't, then I would just do something else. Aaron Reed is telling us here his 1994 season ended on 11 August. He can't go any further. What? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because that the season, that's when things kind of shut down. But baseball was still in limbo. So, oops. I believe that was August 11th of that year. Yep, the big strike year. Something else. He's a dead ball guy. Yeah, that's it. And I don't think there's any way you can. It sure was. Thanks, Pip. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way you can because what Dave Cook did with the 2020 season was added like a longer schedule as if it was played out. He should do that for 1994 if he hasn't. For those of you interested in that season. Oh, okay. So you could have done. Yeah, true. Yeah, David. Me too. I would. In fact, honestly, buddy, when I saw 1967 get eliminated, I'm like, oh no. 1967 was a hell of a baseball season. It really was. 66, yeah, it's a good one. I hope 66 gets selected, but I have a feeling that it's going to be 1983. I don't know why, but I think people are going to vote for 1983. 83 or 95, I think are the two. They're going to be the yeah. Let's see if my prediction's right here or not. But because I'd love to see a 1966 replay. I think that'd be awesome. Pibb did a full season replay in 1981. The other strike here when it stopped in the middle, right? Yeah. All right. So MV saying a dead ball guy. All right, we'll just do a dead ball game then. You don't have to argue with me about dead ball baseball. So this would be the beginning of the mass exodus, but yep, we'll do some dead ball baseball. Cool, 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 cool. Let's get rid of Richard's site. Thanks guys for hanging in for the Dombrov first look. Again, I think it's a good game. I think it's worth trying out and give him some feedback, please. And for 25 bucks, you're getting a nice baseball game. All right. Baseball demo says 1908. Great season. So Robbie Wartburg. Yep. See already, 5 people just left. 5 people left. As I did this, there were 15 people in here, and as soon as we mentioned dead ball, it's down to 10. Oh my God. So that's funny. All right. So I guess that's it. We went from 15 to 10. We seriously did. It was 15 what we wanted to do. I said, oh, 86 Mets, 84 Tigers, 15 people hanging out. And then we said dead ball, and it literally went boom. Jester will show up for a dead ball game. David, seriously, I love Jester, but that ain't happening. That ain't happening. He is not going to show up for a dead ball game. Or if he does, he's going to show up here and be a crank. Isn't that hilarious? It went from 15 to 10. That's all right. That's fine. It's fine. All right. So, David, we do have a 1908 team. The thing that you're looking at here is this is a sort of play or a tournament that we're doing right now. These are what is it here? There's I can't count. There's 12 teams from the 19th century and the dead ball era that we selected. And so far, the game's been amazing. We could just go on and do this. How about the 1894 Baltimore Orioles and the 1907 Tigers? Except that I don't have a. I have to assign a park for Baltimore. Yep. So we went from dead balls to dead ball. Look, now we're down to 9. There we go. Anyhow, guys, do all right. Ken says yes, yes, Orioles. All right, we got it. So anyhow, but please do check out and vote over at David Baseball Demos Please, 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 please. As Robert's now calling him, baseball with the demos. All right, I have to assign a ballpark to Baltimore though, and I don't know what we should assign to Baltimore. So right now it's the neutral park, so it's League Park. Let me look. Where did they play? I don't even think I have the ballpark. Let's see what we have here with ballparks. I have no idea. I could just leave them at League Park and just play. That would be fine with me. And I'll assign them another park later. Or we do like Huntington Avenue grounds. And yeah, let's use Huntington Avenue grounds. Why the hell not? So we're gonna set the neutral park to Huntington Avenue grounds. That's what we'll do. All right. Union Park. Problem is, David, is I don't think I have a Union Park. I don't think anybody has a Union Park. Well, that's not true. So in like Digital Diamond, you can probably find it. I don't think I have a Union Park, but let me look really quickly. Thank you for that, David. David is one of the guys I've talked about, as you guys heard me say. Yeah, I don't have a Union Park. I guess I'll have to go out and look for it sometime. Who will delve in? David was doing something with the 1920 season. David, was that last year or 2 years ago? You were doing 1920, and Utah Mike was actually messing around too with some older baseball. So it's nice that a couple of the guys here will stray back to will flirt with older baseball, which is nice. All right, so we're going to leave them in there. So 1907 Detroit Tigers against the 1894 Baltimore Orioles. We'll do a quick preview of these teams again. As we've been talking about, excellent offense here. Look at all these 300 hitters. I mean, even right. So I mean, you have two guys here, Frank Bonner and Kid Gleason, right, starting 33 and 26 games respectively. But look at the other guys here. I mean, yeah, Joe Kelly hit 393 that year. Keeler 371. Brody. So cousin Ken is right. You talk about a Jekyll and Hyde personality. Um, Steve Brody 366. Will runs to 353. It goes on down and down and down. Dan Bruthers had a hell of a year, 347, 9 home runs, led the league in home runs with 9. But now look at the pitching. This pitching for this 1894 Baltimore Orioles team, um, it's just pretty, yeah. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. This is going to be fun. Let's go to our playoff bracket, and here we go. So we're gonna manage, or Ken or somebody, whoever's gonna manage the 1894 Baltimore Orioles. And if you guys want a great book on the Orioles, um, it's a great book called Where They Ain't: The Story of the 1894 Baltimore Orioles. Excellent book. And we're gonna see I think we're gonna see John McGraw. I don't remember seeing McGraw on that roster, so we'll see. Where are you, Mr. McGraw? Yeah, there he is. Okay. So, Ken, we're going to face a lefty and George Mullen. All right, so let's look at games started so you guys can see the starters. And Sadie McMahon is their best starter in terms of earned run average, with a 4.21 earned run average. These guys are going to have to score like crazy. Ken, if you're up for managing, these Baltimore Orioles are going to need your managing style. I don't see Clinton Parks in here. And this is his horse in the race, if there's a horse to be had. while you think about that, I'm going to change the title. And then, let's see, what do we have? I don't know who's playing here. Where are we playing? Oh, and then, or yeah, I have to do 1907. Tigers versus 1894 Orioles. Action PC baseball. There we go. Learn how to spell. Nice. All right, cool. Save. Oh, no worries, David. Like I said, I know you've floated back in dead ball. Thank you for coming in. Um, these good guys, they'll be voting over in your in the comments of your video. And thank you for a cool video tonight, my friend. And looking forward to the game of the week, bud. Have a good sleep. All right, so Ken, he's taking a mental break in terms of gaming. Okay, Ken, who do you want to start here, buddy? Sadie McMahon. All right, Sadie McMahon will be the starter tonight. And cousin Ken, if we can prevail upon you to set the lineup as well, you seem to be feisty tonight here, telling me to fire up a game. So let's do it. A lot of speed in this Orioles team. Holy hell. John McGraw had 78 steals that year, 1894 for these Orioles. Damn. Joe Kelly has the best OPS. Okay. Kelly or Keeler first? Well, I mean, Joe Kelly has got the best OPS, probably. Although his runs created per 27 is a little higher than Keeler. They both have high OPS. Kelly has a higher on base percentage, though, so maybe you want to go with Joe Kelly. Let's, so yeah, Kelly, Keeler, McGraw. Okay. Kelly, Willie Keeler, John McGraw. Bruthers, I'm guessing we're batting cleanup here. Yep. Where'd you go, Dan? There you go. Yeah. Huey Jennings, batting fifth. Okay. I like the fact that Ken can just throw the nickname at me and I know who it is. We connect, cousin. We're on the same cosmic 19th century deadball whatever, right? Kid Gleason. Kid Gleason, manager of the 1919 Black Sox. Let's see. We're putting Gleason. Ooh, wow, man. He's rated. He's only rated a 1 at first. I guess that's where he's going to first base. Oh no, Brewers is at first. So yeah, we do. But here's the problem with Kid Gleason. So he only had 26. He was only in 26 games that year, and he's only rated at first. If you put in Gleason, you have to play him out of position, or because Dan Bruthers is only rated at first. Yep. So Gleason can't play. He's gonna have to come off the bench. And as far as second baseman, it's going to be Heine Wrights, I guess, because McGraw's already in at third. He's so excited about this lineup. Get Gleason in there. I mean, look. I mean, this team is stacked as far as their hitters go. We'll see. George Mullen, he has a 2.59 earned run average in 1907 for the Tigers. So it's gonna be a fun one. Okay, so Steve Brody is gonna go in instead of Gleason. Okay. All right. So we still need. What do we need? A catcher and a second baseman. Okay, so Uncle Wilbert to catch. And then at second base, you pretty much, it's going to be, I guess, Heine Wrights. He had 108 games and a 303 average. Bonner, only 33 games. At least you got a good pinch hitter. So what do you think about Wrights batting ninth or batting eighth? Wrights, Reitz. Man, German names. So now we're down to 8. We went from 15 to 8. Love it. All right, we're ready to go then. I'm going to call him Heine Reitz, I think. Okay, let's go to the ball game. Ned Hanlon, the manager of these Baltimore Orioles. And Huey Jennings is managing the Tigers, of course. So let's go. The Wayback Machine. We got the wrong. Oh my God, we got the wrong Sam Crawford in there. So I can't fix it now, but apparently there was a Sam Crawford in the Negro Leagues. But you guys all know Wahoo Sam. So, and anyhow, so we can have the Sam Crawford from the Kansas City Monarchs hanging out. Why not? Integrating quietly. All right, let's look at the starting defense for the 1894 Baltimore Orioles. We're playing this one at League Park in Cleveland for now, for tonight. At first base, Dan Bruthers. At second, Heine Reitz. Looking dapper there. Shortstop, Huey Jennings. At third base, John McGraw. From left to right, Joe Kelly, Steve Brody, Willie Keeler, Wilbert Robinson catching, and pitching Sadie McMahon. So Sadie McMahon, a 4.21 earned run average, 25 wins, 8 losses. In 275 and 2/3 innings pitched, he walked 111, struck out 60. Opponents hitting 293 against McMahon, and his whip a 1.553, leading off for the 1907 Detroit Tigers, who won the American League pennant that year. Crawford, Wahoo Sam Crawford, hit 323 that year, 81 ribbies. Ready to get underway here. We'll talk about game time, temperature, and all that stuff. Is Sadie McMahon ready to deliver to Wahoo Sam, and promptly a base hit into right by Sam Crawford. Getting to the ball is Willie Keeler and gets it quickly into Heine Reitz. So Crawford in 1907 with 18 steals, definitely a threat. And here's Davy Jones, a very, very good player, forgotten to history. Davy Jones for these Tigers hit 273 with he had 6 triples, 30 steals, 27 ribby, 101 runs scored. Yeah, that whip is crazy. All right. So anytime, Ken, if you want to throw up the glove, you can throw up the glove. But for right now, we'll just let it play through, and there we go. All right, Sadie McMahon with the sign from Wilbert Robertson, a check of the dangerous Sam Crawford at first. Here is the 0-2 pitch. Davy Jones swings, grounded, Reitz up with it. Reitz to Jennings to Bruthers. And a double play, so quickly 2 outs. Sadie McMahon has to be happy about that. And here is the Georgia Peach, a 350 average in 1907 for Cobb. 5 home runs, 119 runs batted in, and 49 steals. Sadie McMahon with the delivery, the 3-1 to Cobb, and Cobb, little bounce for the first. Bruthers, the underhand toss to Sadie McMahon covering. Side retired. So 1 hit for the 1907 Tigers, and that's it. And we go to the bottom of the first. Detroit nothing, and Baltimore coming to bat. George Mullen, the left-hander, taking the hill for the Detroit Tigers. A 2.59 earned run average for him in 1907. 20 wins, 20 losses, 3 saves. He worked 357 and a third innings, baseball fans. Walked 106, struck out 146, whip of 1.265, and opponents hitting 264 against him. And here is Joe Kelly, left fielder, leading off for the Baltimore Orioles. 393 average for Kelly, 111 runs batted in, 6 home runs, 20 doubles, 46 stolen bases. So there's our friend, there's Bosch Schmidt. I'm going to be showing these guys again occasionally. Schmidt sets the target for George Mullen, and the southpaw winds and fires. The 0-2, Joe Kelly chops this one to short. O'Leary up with it on to Rossman to retire Kelly for out number 1. Here's Wee Willie Keeler. 371 average for the Orioles in 1894. 22 triples, 94 ribbies. Wee Willie stole 32 bases. Waiting on deck, John McGraw, the third baseman. Let's take a look at Charlie O'Leary. And actually, we need to look at this defense. So, from first to third, Claude Rossman at first base for the Detroit Tigers. Germany Schaefer. Boy, all kinds of books could be written about the exploits of Germany Schaefer, and I'm not necessarily talking about baseball. Charlie O'Leary at short. Bill Coughlin at third from left to right. Davy Jones, Wahoo Sam Crawford, Ty Cobb, Bosch Schmidt, and George Mullen. And there's a look at Wee Willie, who we've seen in our Ned McGreevy League on the Providence team. So Keeler, a 371 average, as we've said, 94 ribbies. Here's a delivery from George Mullen. Keeler swings, base hit, right field. So the team's tied up now. Base hits, Keeler aboard. 1 away for John McGraw. He hit 340 in 1894. 14 triples, a home run, 78 stolen bases for him. Robbie telling us he's still here. McGraw bats lefty, superb bunter. Decent hit and run man. Keeler, good lead off first. And here is the 0-2 pitch to John McGraw. McGraw swings, bounding ball up the first base line. And Rossman will take it for the out, beating McGraw in the little foot race there at about 20 feet. And Keeler moves to second, and Ken going up with the hand a little too late. We've got to get our mojo going there again, cousin. Keeler in scoring position for Big Dan Bruthers. 347 for Bruthers for the Orioles. 9 homers, 128 runs batted in for Big Dan. And I think the run and hit was for the last play. I think. Oh, wait. It's kind of fitting that we have Cousin Ken managing this, you know, not only for his aggressive managing style, which was emblematic of the time, but because it is St. Patrick's Day, and his, it's all green up here. Okay, so yeah, that was last play. All right, so 2 outs. I'm presuming we're hitting away at this point. Mullen brings it home, and the 1-0 to Dan Bruthers. And this one gets past Schmidt, and Keeler will get to third, and that is a pass ball. So Detroit may have done Baltimore a favor. So go ahead, run 90 feet away here in the bottom of the first. 2 away. Dan Bruthers back in the box, and the 2-0 delivery from lefty George Mullen. Bruthers swings as Keeler was coming home. Coughlin has it on to Claude Rossman, and that will retire the side. We've played 1, and we're scoreless here. in this exhibition or in this playoff tournament game. Temporarily at League Park till we find something a little bit more 19th century looking. Definitely a good start. Sadie McMahon will face Claude Rossman here. First baseman for the Detroit Tigers, 277 average for him in 1907. 69 runs batted in. 20 steals. Sadie McMahon ready to work. And Rossman on the first pitch. McMahon coming off the hill to his right. Nice play for the 1-3 putouts. He fires it on to Dan Bruthers. So Rossman is retired for the first out, and here is Germany Schaefer, one of the great imbibers of his day. Schaefer hit 258, 3 triples, a home run. He stole 21. Apparently very affable, very, very nice guy, actually. Germany Schaefer, guess a happy drunk. Schaefer bats from the left. Sadie McMahon's delivery, the 2-1. Schaefer, chopper to second. Reeds to Bruthers for the 4-3 putout. So 2 quick outs here in the top of the second inning for shortstop Charlie O'Leary. 241 hitter, had 11 steals, managed a triple, no homers, 34 ribbies for him. McMahon sets and delivers the 1-2 to Charlie O'Leary. O'Leary bouncer to short. Jennings up with it on to Dan Bruthers. And the Tigers go quietly. And oh no, wait, what happened there? What was that? Oh yeah, we're good. I'm getting confused with Jennings everywhere. Because Jennings, anyhow, no runs, no hits, no errors. We go to the bottom of the second. Because Jennings is actually managing Detroit, and so that's what's sticking in my head. All right, so Jennings, the number 5, 6, 7 hitters due up for the Baltimore Orioles. Jennings, Brody, and Robinson. So hit 335 in 1894, stole 37 bases, knocked in 109, and scored 134 times, and managed 4 home runs. So Ken Castro says the Germany Schaefer was tossed once for eating popcorn in the coach's box. Oh my God, the things I've heard about Germany Schaefer, that wouldn't surprise me at all. That would not surprise me at all. World's Worst Gamer says still here too. He says trying to get in some games in his 1929 season. I'm over 100 games in for the Cubs and the Yankees so far. Cubs and Yankees winning both leagues. Nice. Wow. Eating popcorn in the coach's box. Way to go, Germany Schaefer. Love him. We love you, Germany Schaefer. There he is. Maybe our next Ned McGreevy League will be the Germany Schaefer League or something. All right, anyhow. George Mullen deals to Huey Jennings. Here's the 2-0. Jennings swings. Bounding ball to first, and Mullen running over to cover. Rossman with the shuttle. 1 out for Steve Brody now. Center fielder, 366 average. 11 triples, 3 dingers, 113 knocked in. George Mullins 1-2. Brody swings. Grounded to Schaefer. Schaefer quickly up with it onto Claude Rossman for the 4-3 putout. And 2 away here for Uncle Wilbert Robinson. There's Robbie looking dapper. Get you the center picture there. Wilbert Robinson, a 353 hitter. 98 runs batted in, a home run, 4 triples, 12 steals. Mullen brings it home. The 0-2 fastball. Little dribbler up the third base line. Coughlin up with it onto Rossman to retire Robinson. And the Orioles go quietly. And we go to the top of the third. We are scoreless. Can Sadie McMahon hang in there? Rather good looking chap there. So Bill Coughlin to lead it off here for the Detroit Tigers. Bosch Schmidt and then George Mullen. Coughlin, a 243 hitter. 46 runs batted in for him. 2 triples. Managed to steal 15. Sadie McMahon winds and fires. Coughlin swings, base hit, center field, under the glove of Huey Jennings. Joe Kelly up with it, will get the ball in. So Coughlin aboard, and that brings up catcher Bosch Schmidt. Average for him, 244, 23 ribbies, 6 triples. He looks like he can kick Ty Cobb's ass, actually. Switch hitter. McMahon deals, and Schmidt grounds this one to Bruthers. Bruthers to Jennings, but Coughlin is going to, with the hard slide, break up the double play. So Schmidt aboard in the fielder's choice, 1 down for pitcher George Mullen. Mullen, a 217 hitter with 157 at bats in 1907. 13 runs batted in for him, managed 2 steals. Schmidt takes his lead. McMahon checks the runner. 3-0 to George Mullen, and he walked the pitcher. 2 aboard, 1 out as we return to the top of the order, and Sam Crawford. Crawford singled back in the first. So Detroit with 2 hits, Baltimore with 1. No score, no errors thus far. McMahon with a 3-1 to Crawford. Crawford swings, this one twisting foul on the right-hand side. Keeler racing in from right field, but not getting to that ball. Full count now to Sam Crawford as he steps back into the box. Here's McMahon's payoff pitch. Curveball swung on, flown to right, and Wee Willie Keeler has it. The runners will retreat. So Schmidt at second, Mullen at first, 2 down for left fielder Davy Jones. A Tiger that I always liked from the early days. He grounded into a double play back in the first. McMahon works home with it. Jones swinging the 1-2 pitch, reads to Bruthers, and the Tigers threaten but do not score. We go to the bottom of the third. No score here at League Park. Heine Reeds will lead it off here for Baltimore. Then Sadie McMahon at back of the top of the order, and Joe Kelly. So the Keystone Sacker Reeds in 1894, a 303 average, 105 runs batted in, 18 steals, 31 triples. So some pretty good power here and speed in the number 8 slot for these 1894 Baltimore Orioles. They steal the first base. So Aaron is going to be probably going to bed in a bit. Got to get up early in the morning, get ready to visit Gettysburg. Going to be there practically. Hope you have a great day there. Gettysburg, of course, probably the most important battle in the Civil War, and one of the bloodiest. It was certainly important. This is the last time the Confederacy made any incursion into the Union. Many historians calling Gettysburg Lee's big mistake. All right. Ken Castro saying no score thus far surprises me. Same here. Same here, brother. George Mullen, no strikeouts, no walks. The 1-0 pitch to Reeds. Fastball chopped to short. O'Leary has it, and on to Claude Rossman to retire Reeds for the first out. Sadie McMahon now. Pretty good hitting pitcher. In 1894, a 286 average for him. He had 25 runs batted in. Lefty Mullen to work to his mound opponent. The 0-1. McMahon swinging on his fastball. Fly ball to shallow center field. And Wahoo Sam brings it down into the leather for out number 2. Back at the top of the order now for left fielder Joe Kelly, who grounded to short back in the first. Mullen has the sign from Bosch Schmidt, the wind and the payoff pitch. Kelly swings. This one's going for extra bases. Joe Kelly rounding first as Davy Jones giving chase in left field for the Tigers. Here's the throw to second. Germany Schaefer with the tag. And Joe Kelly with the 2-out double. So these teams now tied in hits, 2 each. And Willie Keeler coming to the plate. The Orioles with a runner in scoring position here in the bottom of the third. Keeler 1 for 1 in the game with a single to right center back in the first. The hardcores now are here as viewership is down to 6. And loving it, loving it. Mullen into his motion and the 1-0 delivery to Willie Keeler. And Keeler come back to the mound. Mullen has it on to Claude Rossman, and they strand Joe Kelly. 3 in the books here, and we are scoreless. Who'd have thunk it, Cousin Ken? I mean, early goings here, but we have a pitcher's duel. Ty Cobb will lead it off here, then Claude Rossman and Germany Schaefer for the 1907 Tigers. Cobb grounded to first, back in the first. McMahon, payoff pitch to Cobb. Cobb chops this one to short. Jennings quickly up with it and over to Dan Bruthers for out number 1 to retire the speedy Cobb. Jennings, of course, a great, great shortstop, rated a 10 there at the number 6 position. Claude Rossman is nothing for 1. Grounded back to Sadie McMahon in the second. McMahon brings it home to 3-0. Rossman this time working the walk. This one coming in high for ball 4. 4 straight pitches. So Rossman aboard at first for the Tigers. And that brings up Germany Schaefer, who is nothing for 1. Grounded to second. 1 away here, no score in the top of the 4th. McMahon with the 0-1. Schaefer gets the bunt down. Robinson up with it onto Reitz to retire Schaefer. Sacrifice successful as Claude Rossman moves into scoring position for the Detroit Tigers. And here's shortstop Charlie O'Leary, grounded to short back in the second. So Tigers with a runner in scoring position. McMahon brings it home. Curveball, O'Leary, grounder. McGraw up with it, the long throw. They're not going to get O'Leary. So a throwing error on McGraw, but Rossman being held. So a big break for Baltimore with Detroit not sending Claude Rossman. It brings up third baseman Bill Coughlin. Singled back in the third. Sadie McMahon from the stretch. Will he get out of this one? Let's see. The 1-2 pitch. Coughlin swings. Fly ball. Steve Brody has it in the glove. And Detroit threatening again and turned away again. So this is interesting. Bottom of the 4th we go. Scoreless. John McGraw, Dan Bruthers, and E.I. Jennings do up. Little Napoleon is nothing for 1. Grounded to first. Back in the first. Mullen with the 1-1 pitch. McGraw swings. Little number to second. Schaefer up with it, but McGraw tearing down the line wins this race. So John McGraw is aboard. And just to remind you, cranks and imaginary cranklets, that John McGraw stole 78 in 1894. And here we go now. Stolen base. So manager Ken Ned Hanlon Castro calling for the steal. Big Dan Bruthers nothing for 1, grounded to third. George Mullen checks McGraw at first. Here is the wind and the pitch. There goes McGraw, the throw down by Schmidt, and John McGraw steals the base. So McGraw in scoring position for the Baltimore Orioles as Dan Bruthers steps in. And the 1-0 pitch coming from Mullen. Bruthers cuts on it. Chopper come back to the mound, but how about this? Mullen not making a throw as Bruthers tearing down the line. And look at this, the 1894 Orioles with runners at the corners. Potential first run 90 feet away. Dan Bruthers in terms of speed, 38 steals. And here's Huey Jennings, grounded to first, back in the second. Jennings again hitting .335 in 1907. No movement from the Baltimore Orioles bench. I almost said Providence. And here is the wind and the 2-2 from George Mullen. Jennings swings, clean base hit up the middle. RBI, John McGraw will score. Crawford has the ball, gets it into Charlie O'Leary, and the Baltimore Orioles take a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And he called hit away, and that's exactly what we did. Runner still at the corners for the 1894 Orioles. Dan Bruthers at third, Huey Jennings at first, and here's Steve Brody. And Ken says, let's try hit and run. You got it. Brody 0-for-1, grounded to second in the second. Jennings, 37 steals in 1894. Mullen working from the stretch. And there goes Jennings, and the throw down, and Jennings is safe. There was a pitch out, but they didn't get the fleet Huey Jennings. So 2 in scoring position, nobody out for the 1894 Orioles. Brody back in the box. So the hit and run didn't need to be successful. Schmidt came up gunning, but average arm, too much speed on this Oriole team. All right, hit away. Yep, 2 ducks on the pond. George Mullen with the 1-0 delivery. Brody swings, bounding ball to short. 97% chance to send Bruthers, and of course we're going to send him. The throw down to Rossman, and they're going to get Steve Brody. But coming in to score is Dan Bruthers, and the 1894 Orioles with a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Jennings at third. Now only 1 out for Wilbert Robinson. So let's hide our box score there. Grounded to third, back in the second. From the stretch in the 1-1, Robinson swings. This one fouled on the left-hand side, and this one will get out of play. The 1-2 now to Robinson. And Wilbert Robinson, this one, big cut and a miss. So 2 away. Jennings remains at third for Heine Reeds. Grounded to short, back in the third. 2 away, 2-0. Orioles lead here in the bottom of the 4th. The wind and the 1-0. And base hit, right field. Heine Reeds picking up the RBI. Cobb getting the ball back in. Huey Jennings will score the third 1894 Orioles run. Yeah, you note a little surprise in my voice. Was not expecting this. Sadie McMahon has a way to go. He steps to the plate, but so far working on a 2-hitter. McMahon, the ace of this staff. 0-for-1 as a hitter today. Fly to shallow center, back in the third. Reeds at first. Pilford 18 in 1894. George Mullen peers home the 2-1. McMahon bounces this one to short. O'Leary races, reaches to the bag, and wins. However, 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors. We've played 4. The 1894 Orioles 3, the 1907 Tigers nothing. Boss Schmidt, George Mullen, and Sam Crawford due up for the Tigers in the visitors' half of the 5th here in Cleveland. So nice clear day here in Cleveland. Let's look at our temperatures. 50 degrees. The winds are going 3 miles per hour, left to right. And for anybody worried or anybody wondering, is there ballpark effects? Neutral. 6 hardcore in here. Nice, absolutely. 6 hardcore fans. Boss Schmidt, 0-for-1. Grounded out in his last trip. Sadie McMahon has walked 2. The Tigers, when they've threatened, they've been turned away. McMahon pitching a good one. The 0-1, Boss Schmidt swinging too late on this one, will foul on the left-hand side. McGraw gamely going after that, but out of reach. 0-2 delivery. Schmidt straightens it out. Base hit, right field. So Detroit picks up its third base knock, as Ernie would say. And Boss Schmidt aboard. George Mullen walked back in the third inning. Well, Robbie, you're hanging in here. And no offense, please don't take it this way. You are. You're learning baseball, because I'm guessing that of these 18 players that are on this field, there's very few of them that you know. So yeah, man, you're here. Good on you. Pat yourself in the back, buddy. All right, Sadie McMahon deals the throw over, and Boss Schmidt is back safely. Infield in. McGraw at third, Bruce at first. Sadie McMahon deals home. There goes Schmidt, the throw down. Boss Schmidt gets the steal. Detroit now with a runner in scoring position and nobody out. The 1-0 delivery to George Mullen. Mullen cuts on this one. Little number to Heine Reeds, and Mullen beats it out. So now Detroit with 2 on and no one out for Sam Crawford, who is a dangerous hitter. He has singled and fly to deep right center. And high fence here at League Park, but a much shorter right field. Left field going out way far. Kind of reminds me of the an early version of the LA Coliseum. So when the Dodgers moved out to Los Angeles, the first place they played was the LA Coliseum. They had that huge fence, I believe, yeah, in left field. And I think it was 260 feet, because they were playing on an F-ball field. F-ball fields are smaller than baseball fields. But then a cavernous right field. So you kind of have that in just the opposite way here. From the stretch, McMahon deals the 0-2 to Crawford. Oh, Crawford scorches this one to right. Schmidt will come in to score. Mullen rounding third. Keeler giving chase in right. Keeler up with the ball now. George Mullen will make it to third, and he will round third and score. And Crawford going for 3, and the throw to cutoff man Reeds, and into McGraw, the tag, and Sam Crawford is safe. So Sam Crawford picking up the 2 RBI triple, and Detroit now just 1 run behind the Orioles, 3-2. Davy Jones to bat now with Ty Cobb waiting on deck. Davy Jones is grounded into a double play in the first, and grounded to second in the third. McMahon from the stretch, still nobody out here. Payoff pitch to Davy Jones. Davy Jones draws the walk. That is the 3rd free pass issued by Sadie McMahon. And here is Ty Cobb. Ty Cobb is grounded out twice. Yeah, is this where it unravels for the Orioles? Whew. So every batter now, because this breaks loose. I mean, I can see this Baltimore offense catching up, but can McMahon hold the Tigers? You're right. You're absolutely right, Ken. All right, runners at first and third. Lefty Cobb in the box. McMahon from the stretch in the 1-1. Cobb swings. This one twisting foul. And this one will make the seats on the left-hand side. I'm glad you're enjoying it, cousin. So am I. I'm loving it. A very early dead ball team and a great 19th century team. Doesn't get any better. The 1-2 now. McMahon working from the stretch. Cobb swings. Base hit to right. This game is tied. Crawford will come in to score on the Ty Cobb single. It's Cobb picking up the RBI, and we are knotted at 3 here. Detroit plating 3 in the 5th. So the 3-0 lead by the Baltimore Orioles of 1894, rather short-lived or short-lived. Scoring 4 in the bottom of the 3rd, and Detroit thus far answering 3 here in the the bottom of the 4th, and the Tigers answering with 3 of their own here in the top of the 5th. So as far as the matchups of these two teams, I let the computer do the seedings. I just put the teams in and let the computer do the seedings. And looking at the Orioles, I mean, it would have been fun to have the 19th century teams go up, head to head against each other first, but kind of luck of the draw. Be interesting to see how the because we have we have two 19th century teams that got a bye on the first round. The 1884 Grays and the 1885 White Stockings are waiting, along with the 1909 Pirates and the 1907 Cubs. It'd be fun to see Detroit move ahead, only because we would have a little mini 1907 World Series into the mix. But I'm kind of rooting for these Orioles. I really am. All right, here's McMahon's delivery to Claude Rossman. And Rossman, McMahon pounces on this bunt. Nice play. Big play by Sadie McMahon. But the runners do move up. Two in scoring position for the Detroit Tigers. For Germany Schaefer, first base is open, and Charlie O'Leary waits on deck. Glad you're enjoying it, Robbie. So Germany Schaefer sacrificed back in the fourth. Big pitch coming up here for Sadie McMahon. The 1-0 to Schaefer. Schaefer, chopper to short. Jennings in on it. The throw on to Bruthers to retire Schaefer, but J.B. Jones will come in to score. And the Tigers of 1907 now leading 4-3. So two down, Charlie O'Leary batting, Ty Cobb at third. He is grounded out, and then a fourth was safe in the throwing error. So just one error in this game. Surprisingly, we are in the middle innings. McMahon from the stretch needs to stop these guys here. Not going to happen. Charlie O'Leary smacks this one into right. Keeler up with it. Ty Cobb will score. O'Leary goes to second. RBI double, and it's now 5-3 Tigers. Tigers plating 5 here in the fifth. Sadie McMahon, I don't know, and there is not really much of a bullpen to go to here. So Bill Coughlin, he is singled and flied out. The error hurting, of course. Here's the delivery. The 1-1 base hit up the middle, and rounding third is Charlie O'Leary. Steve Brody's throw to the plate will not be in time, and it's now 6-3. Detroit with 8 hits. So McMahon pitched strong through the first fourth. Now it's kind of falling apart. Yep, we called it. Absolutely. Oof. Let's see. McMahon needs this third out. I mean, this potent Baltimore offense, I'm not counting them out at all. I mean, when you have that many 300 hitters, things are going to happen. McMahon delivers and there goes Coughlin, the throw down, and he is safe. So another stolen base for the Tigers, and a runner in scoring position. The 0-1 to Schmidt. Schmidt swings, grounded to Reitz, and Reitz to Bruthers to retire the side. But the Tigers 6 runs, 6 hits, and there was an error. We go to the bottom of the fifth. The 1907 Tigers 6, the 1894 Orioles 3. Leading off is Joe Kelly, and we're back at the top of the order for the Baltimore Orioles, followed by Willie Keeler and John McGraw. Joe Kelly 1 for 2, doubled back in the third. Southpaw Mullen has the signs from Boss Schmidt. He winds in the 1-2. Kelly swings, base hit to left. So here we go. This excellent offense. And Joe Kelly aboard. That is hit number 7 for the Orioles. And stepping to the plate is Willie Keeler, and the glove going up from Baltimore. Run and hit. All right. Well, it's going to be a good play here. Willie Keeler, a 7 hit and run, and Joe Kelly has got wheels. 46 steals in 1894. Mullen with a check of the runner. Here's the delivery. There goes Kelly, the throw down. And this time Joe Kelly loses the race. So a little bit of anguish resonating around the ballpark here as Joe Kelly is cut down. Keeler back in there. The run and hit was a wise play, cousin. But Schmidt came up gunning. Mullen brings it. Keeler chops it to second, and Keeler aboard thanks to the German and Schaefer error. Schaefer keeping the ball near him, though, preventing Keeler from advancing. So Wee Willie aboard for Little Napoleon. McGraw with an infield single back in the 4th. Glove up. Okay, we're going to send Keeler. All right. Mullen with a check of Keeler. Schmidt gunning down Joe Kelly on the attempted run and hit. Mullen throws over. Keeler back safely. Wait, what are we going on here? Now Schaefer, don't know what Germany Schaefer was doing there, but he kind of trotted from second over to first. Now he's back to second base. So errant kernel of popcorn on the infield. I have no idea. That was very deliberate. Wordsworth's giving us a big laugh too, because, right? Ken talking about how Germany Schaefer was tossed for eating popcorn in the coach's box, and it wasn't like a weird. He just like went over to first base. Like he walked over to first base and went back after Mullen's throw over to Rossman. Ken Castro saying Germany true to life. I guess so, man, right? We got to give a little bit more love here to Germany Schaefer. Thank you. Anytime Germany does something cool, we're going to show his picture. All right. Anyhow, oh, we're going steal here. All right. Mullen brings it home. There goes Keeler, the throw down, and Keeler was caught stealing. So Boss Schmidt has gunned down 2 and 2 away. So the Baltimore running game stymied here in the bottom of the 5th inning. So McGraw batting with the bases empty and 2 away. Mullen brings it home, the 1-0. McGraw pops this one behind the plate. Schmidt racing back as he tosses off the mask and retires McGraw. So Baltimore gets 2 on, but both runners gunned down, one on a failed run and hit, one on a steal. And we go to the top of the 6th. It's 6-3. I think this is going to be a telling inning. If Sadie McMahon can hold these Tigers here in the 6th, I still think Baltimore has a chance, but I think if McMahon even gives up a run, I think he's done for. I don't. Come on, Sadie, you can do this. George, I usually don't root for teams in these things, but I am rooting for these Baltimore Orioles. All right, so George Mullen, he walked and singled. So he's seeing Sadie McMahon very well thus far. McMahon winds in the 2-1. Mullen swings, grounding or chopping ground ball to short, and Jennings up with it in a hurry and gets Mullen for out number 1. Sadie McMahon needs to get 2 more here, and he's got to face Sam Crawford and then Davy Jones. So Wahoo Sam is 2 for 3, singled back in the 1st, and an RBI triple in the 5th, scoring Boss Schmidt and George Mullen. McMahon's 0-2. Crawford swings, grounder to third. McGraw, nice easy motion across the diamond. Good throw to Dan Bruthers for 2 outs. And Davy Jones, nothing for 2 for the Detroit left fielder. Walked back in the 5th. So McMahon has issued 3 passes, no strikeouts. McMahon delivers the 2-0 to Davy Jones, swung on, lazy fly ball to left, and Joe Kelly has it. So Sadie McMahon retires the Tigers in order. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 6-3, Dan Bruthers, Huey Jennings, and Steve Brody will bat here for the Baltimore Orioles of 1894, the number 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Bruthers 1 for 2 in the game. Infield single back in the 4th. George Mullen with a strikeout has yet to walk a batter. Holy moly is right, so Sadie McMahon shutting him down. What could Baltimore do here? Let's see. Southpaw Mullen. Bruthers swing on the first pitch, lined, but right to Germany Schaefer, making the play and not walking to first base. All right, Ia is 1 for 2. What's important for him is the RBI single, scoring John McGraw in the 4th. Mullen's delivery. Jennings is hit, and here we go. In every game of this playoff, of this tournament, we've had hit batsmen. So George Mullen hits E.R. Jennings, and that will set the table for Steve Brody to try to do something here. So he picked up an RBI in the 4th, scoring Dan Bruthers. Mullen checks Jennings at first. Throw over by Mullen, and Huey Jennings back ahead of the Claude Rossman tag. Mullen winds up the 1-2. Change up. Steve Brody golfs this one to short. His play will be to first, but it's going to be close, and they get Brody by a half step. Huey Jennings in scoring position, 2 away, as catcher Wilbert Robinson. He's grounded out and struck out against George Mullen. The lefty winds and fires. Payoff pitch to Robinson. And George Mullen issues a walk. Jennings moves to third on the play. That's interesting. The question, of course, is why? Oh, okay. So what the game didn't show is there was a wild pitch. There's a wild pitch for ball 4 moving Jennings over. So I'm like, wait a minute. There was no force there. So Jennings makes it to third as Mullen walks Robinson, and ball 4 was the wild pitch. So there we go. So you action replay, action PC players, if you miss it, hit R. Okay. So Mullen looking to get this third out, but Baltimore threatening. Jennings at third, Robinson at first. Heine Reeds is 1 for 2. RBI single in the 4th, scoring Huey Jennings. Mullen from the stretch and the 2-1. Reeds swings, base hit to right. RBI, Jennings scores. Reeds has a 2 RBI double, and Cousin. Look at this. We talked about, right? What did we say? If Sadie McMahon can hold him, this is a hell of an offense from Baltimore. Baltimore back in this. It's 6-5. What a surprising, wonderful, fun, amazing ball game that has taken me at least completely off guard. I don't know about the 5 folks watching. Well, I think Cousin Ken pleasantly surprised as well. 2 down here and 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Oh yeah, these Orioles are fun. It's too bad it doesn't do things like, you know, in the play-by-play, right, where McGraw would grab like the belt of the base stealer or of the base runner, just trying for home. McGraw would do trip runners. These Orioles played some nasty, aggressive baseball And I'll say this, and I know I'll get some gaff from the guys who are into 80s, 90s, 2000s baseball, whatever, that these Baltimore Orioles would kick the living crap out of them in a fight, that's for sure. John McGraw, I think, weighed all of 120 pounds. And, oh my God, all of these guys, this was a tough crew. I think another thing that comes to mind in terms of a tough, motley crew, besides the rock band, of course, these Orioles make me also think of the Gas House Gang of the 1930s, the Cardinals. I picture these Orioles as that kind of team. All right, so Sadie McMahon 1 for 2. See what McMahon can do here. George Mullen pitches, and Sadie McMahon picks up the base hit. Crawford and Jones, and coming around to score as Crawford and Jones converge is Heine Reitz, and Baltimore plates 3 in the bottom of the 6th. We're knotted at 6th. As Pib99 says, I love this Orioles team. I have a suspicion that these guys are going to be kind of like, I think everybody's going to be rooting for these guys, even those who have said they have a definite horse in the race. They're going to be rooting for these guys. I am. All right, so Sadie McMahon at first, and we're back at the top of the Orioles order, and Joe Kelly. So Kelly, good day at the plate for him. He's 2 for 3, including a double and a single. George Mullen checks Sadie McMahon, and Sadie McMahon just 1 steal in 1894. 3-1 delivery to Joe Kelly. And Kelly draws the walk. So that one, high and outside. George Mullen now issuing his second free pass to accompany his 1K. And here's Wee Willie Keeler. Ken Castro said this is Clinton's team. Wish he was here. He'd be enjoying this. Oh, absolutely. Viewership, now we're at 4 hardcores. So it's all good, man. I know Aaron said he had to go off to sleep. It's all good. And it's a good ball game going on here. Okay, so Keeler is 1 for 3. He was he singled back in the first, grounded to Mullen in the third, and was safe on an error in the 5th. 3 errors in this game, 2 by the Orioles and 1 by the Detroit Tigers. As Mullen deals 2-0, Keeler slaps this one to third. Coughlin up with it. This is going to be close. Keeler beats it out. Infield hit. And the Baltimore Orioles of 1894 now in the double digits, leading Detroit 10 hits to 8. And the bases are loaded for John McGraw. So the table is set for Little Napoleon and McGraw in the game. Infield single back in the 4th. Otherwise, he is 1 for 3 in the 5th. He popped out to Boss Schmidt. No place for Mullen to put him. It's falling apart a little bit for the Tigers here now. Mullen sets and fires the 1-1. McGraw slaps this one to short. O'Leary can't handle the ball, and thanks to the error, the Orioles now take the lead. It is 7-6 in the bottom of the 6th. What a ball game. So these teams now even in errors at 2 apiece. Bases still loaded, and Dan Bruther's at the dish now, and he is 1 for 3, baseball fans. George Mullen wondering what the hell is going on here. Mullen deals the 0-2 delivery. Bruther swings, high fly ball to right, back on it is Cobb, and he has it for out number 3. The Baltimore Orioles of 1894 leave them loaded, but 4 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. We've played 6, and it's the 1894 Orioles 7, and the 1907 Detroit Tigers 6. So these teams, not a lot of years separating them. So we talked about Huey Jennings playing short. Well, Jennings managing the Tiger team. So it's not like we're playing teams that are, you know, eras apart. Again, this is for 1907. The American League starts in 1901. I think this is as early as we've ever gotten on this channel. If we exclude the aborted Cleveland Spiders thing that I was trying to do on Diamond Mine Baseball. Just loving the hell out of this. All right, Ty Cobb will lead it off here, followed by Claude Rossman and our buddy Germany Schaefer. Ty Cobb has an RBI back in the 5th, scored Wahoo Sam Crawford. Crawford and Cobb not big fans of one another. Sadie McMahon has a walk 3. And here is the delivery. Cobb swings in the first pitch. Shallow fly ball to center. Steve Brody charging in and making a nice basket catch. 1 up, 1 down here for Detroit in the top of the 7th. Tension building here. Baltimore looking to hold on to this 7-6 lead. Coming back. Once again, Baltimore holding a brief 3-0 lead. At the end of the 4th, the Tigers answering with 6 in the 5th, and Baltimore coming back with 4 in the 6th. Claude Rossman is 0 for 1 and a walk. Sadie McMahon with the 1-1. Rossman swings, and this one hit for extra bases into center field. Brody has it. The throw to third. McGraw's tag, not in time. So Claude Rossman with a 1-out triple. Tying run now just 90 feet away for the Tigers, and Germany Schaefer. Schaefer with an RBI in the 5th, scoring Davy Jones. McMahon, big out here if he can get it. Well, the next 2 actually. From the stretch, the payoff pitch, and Schaefer draws the walk. Baltimore hoping now for a double play. Germany Schaefer with 21 steals. I wouldn't be surprised to see Detroit going or sending Schaefer at this point. Charlie O'Leary. On an outfield error, Cobb was able to score when O'Leary was up in the 5th. And actually that was a single, an outfield error. So RBI technically for O'Leary. From the stretch, Baltimore looking double play here. The 0-1. And there it goes, Schaefer, the hit and run. O'Leary will pick up the RBIs. Claude Rossman comes in to score. Germany Schaefer will get into 3rd standing, and we are tied at 7. We got a barn burner here, baseball fans. 1 away, runners at the corners. O'Leary at first, Schaefer at 3rd, and I'm gonna just check something here really quickly because I'm like that. Just that kind of guy. All right. So Bill Coughlin, 2 for 3. RBI for him in the 5th, scoring Charlie O'Leary. At that point, giving Detroit its a 6-3 lead. From the stretch, Sadie McMahon brings the 0-1 to Coughlin. There goes O'Leary, the hit and run. Jennings to reach, but they're not going to turn 2. Schaefer will score, and Detroit jumps back in the lead. It is 8-7. 2 in, 2 down for Bosch Schmidt. 1 for 3. Single back in the 5th. He is 1 for 3. McMahon checks Coughlin at first. The 2-out, 1-1 delivery. Schmidt swings, fouled on the left-hand side. McGraw giving chase. And this one will go 5 rows back. Schmidt back in the box now, and the 1-2 delivery by Sadie McMahon. There goes Coughlin and Schmidt. This one called strike 3, middle of the 7th. The 1907 Tigers 8, the 1894 Orioles 7. I did not expect this game to be this crazy. Loving it. So if the Orioles win it, I'm just going to warn you guys, I'm going to be like Russ Hodges after that 1951 shot heard round the world game. So fair warning. 20 hits, 10 each for these teams, 4 errors, 2 each. Each team has stranded 6, and the score is 8-7. These numbers are lining up. Something amazing. I just got to happen here. All right, Huey Jennings, Steve Brody, and Wilbert Robinson to bat. I'm waiting for you, cousin, to make that choice. We can look at that. We can certainly look at what we have in the bullpen. I'm just. Phew. I'm not. That's a tough one. That is tough because we knew going into this tournament that pitching was going to be a problem for Baltimore. And again, props to Sadie McMahon. He held Detroit scoreless for 4 innings. That's going to be a tough call. World's Worst Gamer making a prediction. He's saying the game will get tied up and then somehow there will be pitching. Another 9 innings minimum and you'll play the longest game ever on the channel. Oh my God, right? Robbie announcing, I know, right? Because we had that 17 inning affair the other night. Boston Braves, 1914 versus the 1919 Reds. The Reds winning that in 17 innings. Robbie saying in his 1920 replay, Brooklyn Dodgers taking care of, actually they weren't the Dodgers yet in 1920. I think they were the Robins, beating the St. Louis Cardinals 13-6. So Robbie replaying the 1920 season, an exciting season, especially in the American League. Jennings 1 for 2, Mullen deals the 2-1. Jennings swings, base hit. This one for extra bases. Jennings in there with a stand-up double. Here we go, the tying run in scoring position. As Pibb says, he's in 1883 with his history of baseball replay, just to get introduced to this Orioles franchise in the American Association. This was their 2nd year, says Pibb. Cool. Good stuff. All right, Steve Brody, nothing for 3. Orioles now with a tying run at 2nd. Brody with an RBI back in the 4th, scoring Dan Bruthers. Mullen winds the 2-2. Brody gets plunked. Oh, and this one hit him got him just like at the ear. Brody seems to be okay. He's kind of just walking it off there at first. He stayed in the game. He's looking the trainer back. So 2 aboard, and again the hit batsman in this tournament. We've had him in every game. Wow. Ken Castro, I think this just lit him up. He says, Pibb, I didn't know you were playing 1883. Put some stats into Discord if you like. I'd love to see them. Cousin Ken is our 19th century baseball guru. Not to say that he's not good at dead ball in the other eras, but all due respect to, I don't think there's anybody that can match Ken with 19th century baseball in terms of his knowledge is crazy. It's cool to know Pibb is a 19th century fan as well. I think that's awesome. Still learning. Me too, man. But like compared to like you guys, I'm like, I'm still in kindergarten. Yeah, it's a 1920's a good season, man. Robbie. So need to get hooked up with this cord. Robbie, if you wouldn't mind doing a little bit of the heavy lifting and put the, I don't remember if Pip is in the Discord. If you could just put it in there anyhow, please. The link to our Discord. We'd really appreciate it, bud. Thank you, my friend. All right. So Jennings at second, Brody at first, nobody out. Wilbert Robinson has grounded out, struck out, and walked, but and on that walk there was a wild pitch which moved Jennings to third. Jennings would come in to score. So Mullen plunks Steve Brody in the noggin. And now the payoff pitch to Wilbert Robinson. And Robinson draws the walk. That is walk number 4 issued. And it's going to be decision time here for Baltimore. Heine Reed's in there, and he's 2 for 3. Certainly not going to pull him. But waiting on deck is Sadie McMahon. So 2 RBI in this game. Or I'm sorry, 3 RBI in this game for Heine Reed's. So a single back in the 4th scored Huey Jennings, and in the 6th, the double scored Jennings and Wilbert Robinson. All right, thank you, Robbie. Pib99 telling Ken, he says he needs to get hooked up with Discord. The game tonight made him look up his replay standing as a result. So 1883. Nice. You'll be meeting, you jump into 1884, you're going to meet Ken's favorite baseball team. And we'll see them in the second round of this tournament, the 1884 Providence Grays. All right, Reed's 2 for 3, as we said, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out. And Reed's 2 for 3 on the day. George Mullen has walked 3. He winds, and the 1-0 to Reed's. Reed swings, base hit, right field. And Jennings comes in, as does Brody. And Reeds delivers once again. Robinson moves to third, and Baltimore back in the lead. It's 9-8 here in the bottom of the 7th. And we wait, because we're going to put this big decision on Ken Castro. He's the manager tonight. What do we do with Sadie McMahon? So the choices are, of course, try for the sack. Reeds, we can see a base stealer. Schmidt's been gunning him down. This is not going to be an easy decision. There's not really any sort of pitching to speak of. So Reeds had 18 steals in 1894. Let him hit. All right, gonna let him hit, and I guess you're talking a swing away. Potential double play situation, but again, that swinging away could bring in Robinson. Yeah, let's see. All right, infield look and bunt. So Baltimore is going to look to try to trip him up here. McMahon does have a base hit. In fact, it was an RBI. He scored Heine Reeds back in the 6th inning. George Mullen wheels and deals the 1-0 to Sadie McMahon. McMahon base hit to right. McMahon picks up an RBI. And I would answer no to this. So 1894 Baltimore, send Reese to third. He has a 35% chance of safe. There's nobody out. I mean, Cobb is shallow in this ball and right. I would say no, but I'll defer to Cousin Ken. Nope, all right. Great minds thinking alike. And Ed Willett will come in to pitch now for the Detroit Tigers. And the Baltimore Orioles score 3 in the bottom of the 7th to take the lead. It's now 10-8. This is the second largest lead they've held in this game. At one time, a 3-0 lead. And now a 2-run lead. 10-8 here, bottom of the 7th. Still nobody out. Reitz at second, who's had a superb day for the Orioles. And Sadie McMahon with 2 hits. And we're back at the top of the order, Joe Kelly. Ed Willett's line in 1907, a 3.70 earned run average, 1 win, 5 losses, 48 2/3 worked, 20 walks, 27 strikeouts, a whip of 1.377, and hitters in 1907 in the American League hit to 264 against Willett. Again, just to remind everybody, for this I am not using the baseball history collection, but the actual season files. What a game. This may be the best game ever on this channel. It just may be. Certainly the most fun. World's Worst Gamer saying, same kind of game going for him in 1929. Yankees versus Tigers. 12-7 in the 5th, and yes, I expect more defense with these lineups. Ken asking Pib how Charlie Buffington is doing as he visits. I know he's visited Charlie's grave at least once or twice. So Joe Kelly having a good day, 2 for 3 at the dish. He also walked. Ed Willett now ready to work. The 2-0 to Joe Kelly. And this one, a pass ball. A pass ball, and Bosch Schmidt out of there, by the way. I didn't realize that. So Fred Payne into catch for the Tigers. Pass ball, and the runners move up. 2 in scoring position. Nobody out. 3 in for the Orioles here in the bottom of the 7th. As Willett works from the stretch to Joe Kelly, and first base is open. The 3-0, and they intentionally walk Joe Kelly to get to Wee Willie Keeler. Keeler is 2 for 4 in this game. So you got to think, you got to get in the head of Huey Jennings, who's managing the Detroit Tigers. Do you concede the run to try to get the double play, or do you try to cut it off? So Reitz at third, McMahon at second, Kelly at first. And if MV was here, this is the game within the game now. And what makes baseball, I think, unique to other games, because it isn't just pitch and hit. It's a big defensive decision right now here. See what happens. Willett with the 0-2. Keeler swings. Fly ball to right. Cobb has it. Reitz tagging at third, and he will score. So RBI scores Reitz, and it is now 11-8 for the 1894 Baltimore Orioles here. 1 out in the bottom of the 7th and 4 in. Sadie McMahon at second, Joe Kelly at first, John McGraw at the plate now, was safe on an error in the 6th, scoring Sadie McMahon, who's at second. Ed Willett winds and fires the 0-2 to little Napoleon McGraw. Chopper to short. O'Leary will go to first, and McGraw beats it out. McGraw beats it out. 1 out, bases loaded, and Dan Bruther steps to the plate. And wow, pardon me for just pausing and just like kind of, this is incredible. Loving this, man. I did not expect this at all. McMahon at third, Kelly at second, McGraw at first, Dan Bruthers, 1 for 4. Infield single back in the 4th. Bruthers could bust one out here. A double easily scores 2 because McMahon could walk home. And Joe Kelly with 46 steals. And McGraw easily makes it to 3rd. McGraw could score from 1st if somehow Bruthers goes the opposite way and goes into left field on this. Here we go. No place to put Bruthers. The wind and the 2-2. Bruthers swings, base hit, right field. Cobb up with it into scores Sadie McMahon. Joe Kelly will be held at 3rd. And now Baltimore holding a 4-run lead, 12-8 here. But it's not a laugher. There's 2 innings to go for these Orioles, and the pitching does have to hold up. Will they bat around? Here's Huey Jennings. Bases loaded, 1 out. 2 for 3. Doubled back in the 7th, has an RBI in this game, scoring John McGraw, who is in scoring position. Joe Kelly at 3rd, McGraw at 2nd, and Dan Bruthers at 1st. Ed Willett from the stretch. Full count to Jennings. Jennings lines this one right to Germany Schaefer. So 2 away, and it brings up center fielder Steve Brody. Dan Bruthers scored, so RBI for Brody back in the 4th. Ed Willett with the 1-1 to Steve Brody. Brody swings, base hit, left field, into scores Joe Kelly. Rounding 3rd is John McGraw as Crawford is up with the ball, gets it into Coughlin. And John McGraw will score. And it is now 14-8. I'm still not calling it a laugher yet, though. Not by a long shot. So 7 runs in the bottom of the 7th by the 1894 Baltimore Orioles. And Wilbert Robinson to bat now. The catcher is 1 for 2, and he's walked twice, so he's seen Detroit pitching pretty well. Bruthers at 2nd, Steve Brody at 1st. Waiting on deck is Heine Reeds, and I do believe, my friends, that Baltimore has batted around. Willett winds and fires in the 1-2. And Wilbert Robinson, this one in at the belt for strike 3. But incredibly, 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors, and we've played 7. And it's the 1894 Orioles 14 and the 1907 Tigers 8. Saying that Sadie McMahon is looking strong, cousin, and he's got a 6-run lead. I think we'll leave him in. So Pibb says Charlie Buffington went 22-19 in 1883 with a 3.32 earned run average, pretty close to actual. Boston won the pennant at 60 wins, 38 losses. Is it 60? Yes, 60. Okay, Ken says to leave in Sadie McMahon. All right, so Fred Payne making his first plate appearance. So Bosch Schmidt is done. Don't know what happened, but Bosch Schmidt out of the game. Payne hit 166 for the Tigers. 2 doubles, 2 triples, 14 runs batted in, and 17 runs scored, and managed to steal 4 bases. And there's a picture of Fred. Sadie McMahon enjoying a 6-run lead here in the top of the 8th. McMahon with the 1-1. Payne swings. Fly ball down the left field, but this one twisting foul. Joe Kelly giving chase. McMahon ready to deal the 1-2 pitch. Fastball, and Payne shoots this hard ground ball to Dan Bruthers, but Bruthers with plenty of time will retire the catcher for the out number 1. And we go back to the top of the order, and Wahoo Sam Crawford. Crawford 2 for 4. RBI in the 5th. 2 RBI in the 5th. That's triple, scoring Bosch Schmidt and George Mullen. And at that time, Um, Detroit was starting to catch up, so Detroit posting 6 back in inning number 5. McMahon with the delivery to Sam Crawford, the 2-1, bounding ball. Howie Reeds at second, shovels it on to Dan Bruthers to erase Wahoo Sam. So 2 up, 2 down for Davy Jones. Frustrated 0 for 3 for Jones. He does have a walk. McMahon deals the 1-0. Jones, chopper to Reeds, who's coming in on this ball, and snap throw to Dan Bruthers in Detroit. It goes in order. Sorry, guys. And we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 14-8 in favor of the 1894 Baltimore Orioles over the 1907 Tigers. And I would have to say that if Baltimore holds on and wins this, you're looking at the game MVP right here. Heine Reeds, who has 3 hits today. And let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs batted in. Oh, planning to live forever, Robbie Workberg. So far, so good. Hey, we have 6 back in here now. Guys, thank you for coming in. Don't let that score fool you. This has been a hell of a game. Willett to Reitz, the 2-2. Reitz swings, chopper up the middle. Germany Schaefer onto Claude Rossman, and they do take care of Howie Reitz. McMahon's 2 for 4, cousin. I say we leave him in. He turned away Detroit in the top half of this inning. 2 for 4 in the game. And he's got 2 RBI in this game as well. See what Cousin thinks about McMahon at this point with 1 out. Bases empty. Joe Kelly waiting on deck. Let him pitch, says Cousin Ken. All right. And Ed Willett winds and fires the 1-1 to Sadie McMahon. McMahon, shallow fly ball to left, and Davy Jones has it for out number 2. Joe Kelly 2 for 3 in the game. He was intentionally walked back in that 7th inning to no avail. The 1894 Orioles actually batted around in the 7th and plated 7. Willett into his wind in the 2-1. Joe Kelly swings, fly ball to deeper center, but Sam Crawford makes the catch. We go to the 9th. Sadie McMahon and the 1894 Baltimore Orioles leading Ty Cobb and the 1907 Detroit Tigers 14-8. 3 big outs for Sadie McMahon, and he is going to face Ty Cobb, Claude Rossman, and Germany Schaefer. Cobb held to a 1 for 4 today. Picked up an RBI, though, in the 5th on a single, scoring Sam Crawford. Robinson sets the target for Sadie McMahon. Here is the 1-1. Cobb swings, routine fly ball to right, and Keeler has it in his sights and then in his glove. 1 up, 1 down here in the 9th. Claude Rossman now. Tripled back in the 7th. He is 1 for 2, including a walk. McMahon winds and fires the 1-0. Rossman base hit right field. And up with it is Steve Brody. He'll get it quickly into Heine Reed. So a runner aboard, and Rossman with 20 steals in 1907. Surprisingly low error count in this game, guys. Just 2 errors for each squad. McMahon delivers to Germany Schaefer, the 2-1. Schaefer swings, bounding ball to short. Jennings to Reitz, and the Orioles win it. The Orioles win it. Oh my God, the Orioles pull it out. Cousin Ken, the Orioles win. The 1894 Baltimore Orioles take game 1 in this first round in their playoff bracket, beating the 1907 Detroit Tigers. Let's look at the recap. What a fun game this one was. Wow. So not quite Russ Hodges, but holy shit, it is 1:11 a.m. So, and I did work 8 hours today. Anyhow, the line for the victorious 1894 Baltimore Orioles, 14, 16, and 2. The 1907 Detroit Tigers, 8, 11, and 2. Will they be able to do this every round? Man, oh man. He says, cousin, what a ball game. Thank you for playing. Well done. I'm glad I played. Wow. Boy, let's see. For Detroit, highlights for Detroit, Claude Rossman went 2 for 3 with a triple. Sam Crawford, 2 for 5, 2 runs batted in. Um, and for the 1894 Orioles, Joe Kelly, 2 for 4 with a double, 2 walks. Huey Jennings, 2 for 4 with a double and a stolen base. And definitely, if the game doesn't give MVP to Heine Reitz, I am. 3 for 5 with 5 runs batted in. Baltimore, I'm sorry, batting around in the 7th. Let's look. So let's look at extra base hits first before we look at our pitching. So 2 triples by the Tigers, 1 by Sam Crawford, 1 by Claude Rossman. Extra base hits, doubles for the Baltimore Orioles, Joe Kelly, Huey Jennings, and Heine Reitz. Now let's have a look at pitching. So George Mullin started and falls to 0-1 in the tournament, and again, round 1 is best of 3. He pitched 6, 13 hits, 12 runs, 11 earned, walked 3, struck out 1, an ERA of 16.50. Ed Willett worked 2 innings in relief, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Sadie McMahon went the distance, 9 innings, 11 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned, walked 4 and struck out 1. But bloated ERAs here. Let's go to miscellaneous, and I'm hoping I see Heine Reitz down there as MVP. We'll get there. So Fred Payne came in to catch in the 7th, so Bosch Schmidt out. Errors, only 4 in this game. O'Leary, Schaefer, Keeler, and McGraw, so 2 for each team. Huey Jennings, and we already talked about doubles and triples. Stolen bases, Bosch Schmidt and Coughlin for Detroit, and McGraw and Jennings for the Orioles. Joe Kelly and Wee Willie Keeler were both caught stealing. Ty Cobb with an RBI, Coughlin with 2, Crawford with 2, O'Leary with 2, and Jeremy Schaefer picking up 1. Steve Brody, 3 for Baltimore. Also, so that was Detroit for Baltimore. Steve Brody with 3 ribbies. Dan Bruthers, Huey Jennings, Willie Keeler with 1, Sadie McMahon with 2, and Heine Reitz with 5. 1 intentional walk in this game. Huey Jennings and Steve Brody were both plunked by George Mullin, so Detroit headhunting. Claude Rossman and Jeremy Schaefer each with sacrifice hits. There was a wild pitch in this game by George Mullin. Pass balls, 2 of them in this game, Fred Payne and Bosch Schmidt. And Detroit stranded 6 on base, and Baltimore 8. 2 double plays by Baltimore, and the MVP indeed did go to Heine Reitz, as it should. So there we go. I don't think, can't do film until we jump out of it, but we don't need to. All right, let's look at it. We are through all game 1s now in round 1, and it looks like this. The 1894 Orioles with a 1-0 lead over the 1907 Tigers. The 1912 Boston Red Sox, 1-0 over the 1911 Philadelphia A's. The 1904 New York Giants with a 1-0 lead over the 1908 Cleveland Naps. And finally, The 1919 Cincinnati Reds 1-0 over the 1914 Miracle Braves. When next we play in the KCCL 19th Century Dead Ball Tournament, we will return to the 1912 Boston Red Sox, 1911 Philadelphia A's, and just kind of keep moving from there. These have all been pretty cool games, to say the least. Probably of all of them, um, I would have to say the Giants and Naps game was kind of, yeah, it was good. But these other games have been fantastic. The Boston Philadelphia game was kind of a real surprise. The Red Sox one, I should say. All right, there we go, guys, and we're at 4 hours. Ken Castro says Schaefer's error came as a result of him doing magic tricks in center field stands while the game was going on. I wouldn't be surprised. 2-game score for Mullen. I love it. Love it. Also, just so glad that you guys hung around the three hardcores in here. So appreciate you. Great game. Yeah, thank you, Robbie. Credit goes to this, but boy, this was fun. This was fun. But, guys, might do an afternoon game tomorrow. I'm not sure what time I'm seeing the female particle. But if not, there will be no baseball tomorrow night as I'm celebrating St. Patrick's Day, sort of a day late. But we'll be back with baseball on Sunday evening as my work schedule. I don't start work until Monday afternoon at 3:30. So there'll be no baseball Monday night, but there will be Sunday. So that being said, um, I hope you guys will, again, to recap as far as the Dombrov review, I think it's a good game. I think it's worth trying. I think it needs some definite graphic improvement, and I'll be sending uh, Richard an email tomorrow. Let him know to watch and to please understand that everything is constructive criticism, but that I think the game is very good. Oh, you bet, Pip99. Grazie, Paisani. Said this was fun. Thanks again. Robbie, it's kind of funny that you say that about tournaments because you and I talked about this back in 2019, and I really wasn't a fan of tournaments in baseball before. I was always like, nah, man, I want to play out seasons and stuff, but and I still do prefer season play. But after having done 2 tournaments now, the historic 16 on Out of the Park Baseball and now doing this one, yeah, I'm kind of liking tournaments. They're pretty cool. So I guess I'm sort of converted. Cousin says, big props to you, Cousin, for tonight. We appreciate your monster efforts in bringing quality baseball. Please have a blast tomorrow and be safe. Oh, I will be. Trust me. I will be. Thank you, man. World Source Gamers says, take care, guys. Thanks, Beatles, for showing something different. Nice to see Dead Ball Baseball, even if I don't play it as much as you do. Yeah, but you're playing in the 1920s, buddy, so you're doing old time. And Peb, of course, doing 1883, and it's all doing good. Robbie doing 1920, loving it. Steve Tate doing the Negro Leagues for us, and we're just having a lot of fun. Love it. Yeah, you did, Robbie. Give you credit, dude. You absolutely did. You remember, I was really dead set against. I'm like tournaments. I'm like, man, that's for basketball. I don't want to do tournaments in baseball. Didn't like it. Our Red Sox fan would do tournaments. I'm like, yeah, okay, but it's a tournament and that's not baseball. But boy, now and this one's just starting, but this is really a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I don't think it's going to become my favorite mode of play, but I really do like doing them. So cool. All right, so guys, because this ran long, I'm not going to be able to thank everybody because the chat doesn't go back that far. But I'm going to catch as many as I can. So thank you to In Order from bottom to top as I read them. Robbie Wartburg, World's Worst Gamer, Pib99, of course, cousin Ken Castro, who's just constantly been such a an inspiration for all kinds of crazy things and encouraging me to just stay, you know, stay within this and not giving in to, and not nothing wrong with it. I love baseball, man. All the whole thing, but not giving in to playing 80s and 1980s, 1990s, but sticking to it. I'm glad I did, and will continue to do so. Who else do we have in here tonight? We got to go through Cousin Ken's managing streak here. Aaron Reed, I know he's long to bed now. Hope he has a great, great time at Gettysburg tomorrow. It's going to be 50 degrees, so not so bad. Big Clue, thank you, buddy. I know you're probably gone uh, off to sleep a long time ago. John DFW, DC, David Baseball Demos. Again, please go vote on his channel. The seasons that you can vote on for his game of the week: 1966, 1975, 1983, 1995, 2010, 2018. You can choose one. We'll say Todd B again, because why not? Who else do we have in here? I think Midlife Crisis stopped in for a little bit. He and his wife were going out. So, and yep. And this goes out to I'm like going to go back as far as the end of the Dombrov quasi review. That's it. All right, guys. Possible baseball game tomorrow, and if it is, it's early afternoon. And it's probably going to be a baseball for Windows game. So, if I do any baseball, probably or something off kilter like baseball mogul or an old time baseball game. It's not going to be either of these, this or out of the park baseball. So until then, you guys be safe and see you around the batting cage. And you mean everything to me, guys. Thank you. You make it worth it. Good night.